Welcome and good morning. This is our November 29th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara Hearing Room. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Lavino.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item of business is the minutes of November 1st, 2022 meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passed unanimously. CEO Miyasato, do you have a report today for us?
No report this morning, Chair.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, announcements?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple announcements this morning. Salary announcement. Today, the board is scheduled to consider a First Amendment to the COP agreement with Andrea Dillard, RN, in accordance with Government Code Section 5495-3, Subdivision C3. Salary information should be summarized verbally. Ms. Dillard's total contract compensation for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 is an amount not to exceed $49,500. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's method of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' method of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in Santa Barbara and in Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. The board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face covering indoors. Please be advised that the Public Health Department is still encouraging all county staff members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you'll want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Turning to our administrative agenda, board members who'd like to pull items, I have from Supervisor Nelson A11, 32, and 58. Are there any others from the board? And Madam Clerk, any from the public?
Yes, we have A27, A38, and A57 from the public.
Okay, let's start. Would you read A11 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 11 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I was looking for a roll call vote.
Okay, may I have a motion?
I'll move A11.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed?
No.
So let the record show Supervisor Nelson voted no. Would you read A27 in the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 27 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the acceptance of in-kind donations to Santa Barbara County Animal Services from the Santa Barbara County Animal Care Foundation, K9 Placement and Assistance League Incorporation, and Shadow Fund. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
All right, and it's Dr. Heller. And your canine companion.
one example of the changes that we are seeing, primarily the leadership of new director Sarah Aguilar, who is here, with the support of Deputy Public Health Director. Ms. Aguilar is doing exactly what we've been wanting a director to do for 2 decades. Work proactively with partners to improve programs across the board, benefiting both people and animals. Here's an example that really blew me away. A few weeks ago, Ms. Aguilar posted on the Animal Services Team Facebook page about a German Shepherd named Mushu who was not doing well. He was unpredictable, unhappy, stressed out. This is the first time I've seen a director paying attention to animals in the shelter and taking proactive steps on their behalf. She was really honest about the dog situation. She talked about euthanasia as a necessity if we didn't come up with a better alternative. Her frank assessment was met with a call to action. People created Team Mushu, and 10 days later, that dog was adopted because people rallied to the cause, made sure his quality of life was better in the shelter, and then found him a placement. There's been a lot of staff turnover at Animal Services since fall 2020, so we still have challenges filling positions and moving forward. But I'm really excited by the new direction. Volunteer hours are up 1,000 over this time last year. Foster placements are up by 259%. So while communities like Bakersfield and Kern County, am I out of time?
We neglected to put the timer on, but
Okay.
you have about another 45 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, I'm looking, going, while Bakersfield and Kern County are having to euthanize for lack of space, we are still managing. We have actually 23 empty kennels still. Because of aggressive outreach by Animal Services staff, the Revive volunteer program, and partner organizations all working together. So I hope the community, if they're listening in, will hear about this, and if they're interested, will join the new team that is coming together, because this is how we're best going to help the animals and people of Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keller, and for all that you do for animals in our county. Supervisor Nelson, okay, great. Okay.
We have Jill Anderson via Zoom.
Hi, I'm Jill Anderson, co-founder of Shadows Fund, a nonprofit animal sanctuary that has been partnering with Animal Services for more than a decade. Today, the Board of Supervisors acknowledge the in-kind contribution of Shadows Fund, Canine Pals, and the Santa Barbara Animal Care Foundation to help enrich the lives of dogs in our North County shelter. If you've not spent time at the Santa Maria shelter, you may not understand the true impact of this project. Santa Maria typically houses an average of 50 to 70 dogs at any one time in kennels that are completely indoors. Prior to the day yards, getting all of the dogs out of their kennels every day was tough to achieve. Thanks to this collaborative partnership, we added 18 outdoor day yards where dogs can spend a significant amount of time out of their kennel in the fresh air and sunlight. This helps to reduce kennel stress, makes cleaning more efficient for staff, and creates a quieter, less stressful shelter environment for the animals and the people who work there. But the day yards are not the only improvement. Santa Barbara County Animal Services, under the interim leadership of Deputy Community Health Director Paige Batson, and now under the leadership of Sarah Aguilar, has, for the first time in a long time, invested in a thriving volunteer program. Over the last 5 months, the number of active volunteers has quadrupled. And our North County shelter in particular is seeing a volunteer presence it has not seen in years. I would like to share a quote from a staff member who posted on social media recently. I quote, "We had a great turnout for fee-waived adoptions in Santa Maria today. We had volunteers helping clean cats, wash dishes and laundry, walk dogs, do play groups, direct foster care, the works. You name it, we had the support. This allowed kennel staff to accept every walk-in meet and greet, help all of our strays and current critters in a timely manner. The ACOs went above and beyond today as well. I could go on and on. I really felt the unity today. Go team, kennel staff, ACOs, and volunteers. It takes a village." End quote. Impactful projects, collaborative partnerships, and thriving programs have always been possible in this county, but they have not always been as enthusiastically embraced and nourished as they are under our new leadership team. So my comments today are really to express my deep gratitude. Gratitude for Paige Batson, who shepherded Santa Barbara County Animal Services through a tough transition, adeptly and without compromising on a vision for what we could achieve. And for Sarah Aguilar, who stepped in to be the leader this community has needed and wanted for decades. This is a tough time for animal shelters across the country, but I know that under our new leadership, Santa Barbara County Animal Services will not only weather these difficult times, we will grow and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to report on that for us. Madam Clerk, A32.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the First Amendment to the agreement with Fish and Associates for the ambulance request for proposal consulting services.
And Supervisor Nelson, you pulled this. How would you like to proceed?
Yeah. I don't know if I have a question so much is that, well, but you can, I have a comment that might turn into a question.
You'll make my
So,
day.
Yeah. So this is a expansion of the contract with Fitch for the LIMSA ambulance RFP. And I guess maybe it's just good to clarify what Fitch is supposed to be doing with the extra $50,000 that they would potentially be receiving in this. I know the original contract didn't consider, my understanding is a appeal that it's under our protest, if I get the language right here. And so this would pay to have them staff that. Do I understand that correctly?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So our original scope of work with Fitch included their support and activities through the scoring of the RFPs, and then it skipped to support for contract negotiations, providing assistance, presenting the contract if requested, and reviewing and commenting on a transition plan, and then developing EMS plans. So the protest and appeal process was left out of the original scope of work, and the RFP committee feels that it's very important to continue to have their expertise, their experience, and their input as we proceed forward through these stages of the protest and potential appeal. We're still in the protest stage.
So can you give me the time frame on the protest and appeal stage?
So the protest will, I'm pausing a little bit here because there's recently developed information I'm just processing in my head, and I'm sure I'm okay to say this. The protest period was planned to end tomorrow on the 30th with the response from purchasing back to the protester. There was a submission recently of an additional document that we decided to accept. And that now is going to require the other party, or not require, but allow the other party 5 days to respond to that. So that pushes the protest period into next week. According to the timeline, there is no set specific date at that point for the purchasing agent to respond to the protest, but we would anticipate that that would be shortly thereafter, which would if there is an appeal, would put that somewhere around Christmas time.
Okay, so we're talking about, in this process, about 6 weeks to 8 weeks extended that was not originally contemplated in the contract.
Right,
And most of that work there potentially is by the procurement agent and then by a protest resolution committee?
yes, and so the procurement agent's work will be wrapped up next week or shortly thereafter, and then it moves, if there is an appeal, to that committee and to the work of hearing that protest appeal and any subsequent work that they feel like they need to do in looking at the matters that were presented to them.
So I guess a couple of pieces of frustration I have with this. One, I think that's a lot of money for a lot of work that's not being done by Fitch, just for them to be on call over that 2-month period. About $50,000. I don't see the work product in that period of time, as well as I believe the RFP being under protest is in partly protesting some of the process that Fitch has been leading the RFP through. And so to have them a part of that protest, it seems to already be somewhat of conflict of interest. If we really want to have it truly independent, Fitch guiding the procurement agent and advising them, or potentially a protest resolution committee, seems like an inappropriate relationship in the first place, let alone paying them to be a part of that. So from what I can tell about this contract, I'm not interested in continuing to have Fitch be our representative during this period of time, during this appeal. So I'm not comfortable with moving forward with the contract extension. If we get through the resolution committee and we need to continue, basically what I say is we're hitting pause. We'll get through this process, and then Fitch can pick up their services with the county from that point on. I think we have a capable county council staff that can keep us, on a smooth and legal pathway as we go through this process, as well as public health staff that can, help the county. I just don't see why there's a need to have Fitch involved in this process, let alone pay them $50,000 to do it.
Okay, and the only thing I would want to say in that response to that would be that the RFP committee would be utilizing them as we felt we had the need for in their input perspective, as well as any role that they might play in setting up different activities like they did previously.
And ACEO Mosnisic, would you like to add anything?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I would just concur with Director Nielsen. We would use them as needed to advise on specialty areas related to operational items, any questions that might occur throughout the protest process that the committee needs advice on. As noted, it is up to $50,000 just to ensure we were covered. It's certainly not our intention to utilize the full amount and only utilize Fitch as needed to address any questions the committee may have. And of course, we coordinate other items of a legal nature with counsel and are utilizing their advice in that regard.
Thank you. So Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to add my support for Supervisor Nelson's critique of this item. I don't support it. I do think it would be helpful to have fresh eyes looking at this process going forward. I wasn't pleased with the outcome, and just feel as though we need to have fresh eyes helping us look at every step of the way going forward.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I definitely feel like that the nature of this has and the state law associated with it has caused us to outsource a bit of our brain, and I guess I don't want to outsource any more than is legally required, and so I don't know if I reject their participation entirely, but I do believe that it would be worth waiting on this to see if there are other options. That this feels like continuing to outsource a part of our brain, and I'm not sure I'm interested in that anymore, if that makes sense.
So it looks like we have at least a majority of the board that has reservations about this item. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to, I guess we don't need to make a motion in that case, right? There wouldn't be a motion for this item. Or do
I
have
think
to do
we
it
would want a
separately?
motion not to move
Okay,
forward.
then I'll go ahead and make the motion to not move forward with the First Amendment to the contract with Fitch.
Second.
And further discussion, I would like staff either now or later to tell us, or county council, does this put us in any jeopardy? Are there, what are the potential negative effects if we don't move forward with this?
Madam Chair, members of the board has discretion on whether to expand the scope of work for this contract.
All right.
It's not so much of a legal issue as much as a practical issue. I think it's just an issue of who would be assisting the committee through the process. And as Mr. Nielsen already stated, the scope does include some later work already, and so there's a pause on this period, and then it would pick back up. So it's possible that if the contracts either through timing or financially, if we may need to come back and extend it for that later period that's already in the scope. But I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure on the funding at this point.
And Mr. Nielsen, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I guess I would just say that because we did decide to receive that late submission to the protest yesterday, and that pushing out the protest period into next week, it places us in a position of the time frame becoming more of what we can achieve moving forward rather than, set specific dates, which is good because we would have to now shift to having discussions with internal, staff to have them craft the details of the path forward and to find answers to any questions that the RFP committee has or any questions that the RFP, that the protest appeal panel will have, which is different members than the RFP committee. So there'll be the need for
Running down some
time for
information.
figuring things
Okay.
out, right,
All
along
right.
the way that
All right.
wouldn't maybe be as much time had we had Fitch there providing some of that.
All right. And Supervisor Levanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think during an RFP process, at least the way I'm dealing with this is I'm trying to divorce myself from the process as much as possible. I made the decision, I voted to go out for an RFP, and I want to see the process play itself out. I really think at this point, it seems like we're putting our thumb on the scale, and I just think we should, and I'm not telling anybody else how to do what we're doing. We all have a vote. For me, I'm personally trying to let the process play out, let staff, this is a staff-directed RFP. The process isn't complete yet. I'd like to see the process complete itself without our intervention and then come back and then we can figure out from there. But I think getting in the middle of this at this point by, either stating that we don't agree with how the process is going, I'd just rather see it play out and then come back and then we can make decisions at that point. We'll have plenty of time to do that. So I would have rather gone staff recommendation at this point, so I won't be able to support Supervisor Nelson's motion.
Okay, and do we have any public comment on this matter, Madam Clerk?
We have no requests to speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's position, but I also saw this and it raised questions in my mind. So if we can pause that and do as much of the work internally as possible, I think that would be a good outcome from my perspective. So I will be supporting Supervisor Nelson's motion. Supervisor Lavanino?
Mr. Nielsen, what was the original Fitch contract? How much was that? Do we remember?
Yes, I
Scope
have
of work?
I have it right here. I just closed my binder, sorry.
130 or somewhere around there?
180, let me find it. I believe it was about 185.
Okay. Right, so it's 130, I think, and then adding the 50.
Oh, I'm
so-
sorry.
Yeah, so,
Looking at the wrong form.
I mean, it seems strange that we were okay with 130, and now, because we don't like the way the process is going, we don't want to support the additional 50, it seems like. Is that's kind of what I'm getting.
Well, I'm going to say that $50,000 to just man the staffing of an appeal seems like a lot of money to begin with. That's my first point. Second point is the way I understand the process is, for a resolution to take place, they're looking at the whole RP process and whether it was done correctly. Well, Fitch has a vested interest in saying, hey, we did it right because they're the vendor, right? So they seem to be a party that it's not appropriate to be a part of the appeal. Even if I'm not putting my finger on the scale, I'm just saying that they're not the person that should be staffing that conversation. I feel more comfortable with our staff staffing that conversation as an independent arbitrator of our representation. And so that's why I'm saying I don't think that they're the right piece. First of all, I think it's way too much money, and they're not the right people doing manning that. That's where I'm coming from.
All right, so I guess my question then would be, maybe there should be a different third party then, because I think bringing it into our staff then seems strange to me too. That what's the overall contract that we're talking about, the RFP itself? I mean,
I'm sorry.
dollar-wise.
The value of
value of it.
the contract
massive.
itself.
So talking about
right,
$50,000 to oversee what's going to be like a massive contract, it doesn't seem all that much. So I don't know if it's really the money. I understand the piece about a different third party, but it seems like the board's content with having our staff review it. I would just like to hear from county council as if this is something you're comfortable with.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to just go back to what I said before. The board has discretion on this. It wasn't originally part of the contract. And I think this is, staff saying we could use some assistance, but I think it's more of a practical issue of who's going to assist rather than a legal issue. We're not required to have an outside consultant assist with this process.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, to Supervisor Lavinia's point, I think there should be an independent look at this. I think it's at the stage now where there's an opportunity for fresh eyes to look and say, how was this constructed and executed, and was it done right? And we're not making a judgment about that. We're just getting independent assistance. And I think having a new consultant involved in that brings fresh eyes, and I think protects us better legally going forward.
See, I agree with that. I would rather have another outside consultant instead of bringing it into staff, because I think that's going to be looked upon by one of the bidders as, oh, you guys are taking it back inside, and who knows what's going to happen. If we found a different third party, I'd be way more comfortable, and I think both sides would, that somebody else is reviewing it. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I don't know if there's anybody else out there, or if we've looked at that or not, or if that's even a possibility.
I mean, it's going through a process that reviews what happened, and the third party was simply to provide information about and clarify questions. So I think my sense is bringing in another third party is kind of perhaps usurping the role of the appeals process itself, the procurement officer, and then the committee that will look at this. That is my sense. So does anybody from staff have more they would like to ask about this or tell us about this? Do we want to give staff direction to come back with more options, or are we ready to vote on this motion from Supervisor Nelson? I think we're ready to vote. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Lavina,
No.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson,
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Madam Chair, just, can you please clarify the direction to staff at this point in time? It's just we're not moving ahead with this particular extension.
Right.
And I think by not going ahead, we create the opportunity for staff to look to see if there is another consultant that could be used that they would feel comfortable bringing into this
Yeah.
process.
If we find we need a consultant, CEO Miyasato?
Chair Hartman and supervisors, as you know, just for the public's information, there's a firewall to protect the county's interests in this process to make sure it's as objective as possible. And ACO, NISIG, and County Council Van Mullen have been involved in the process with public health, and I have not. But on this issue, just from what I'm hearing, I think a couple of things. A question that wasn't asked of staff is they're seeking expert assistance, and if you look on their the contract, it was for two things: to assist with the protest and appeal evaluation to confirm documents are conformance with the protest and appeal requirements. And the other was to assist with the protest and appeal evaluation of responses and confirm documents are conformance. So by not approving this contract extension, you're relying on a couple things. One, for staff. And if staff needs that expertise, you're saying it's okay to seek other outside consultants for that expertise. Because of the time frame and because it was $50,000, it was only brought to your board because it exceeded the whole contract amount. The staff could do a purchase order, I believe, for if they find a consultant that's appropriate for them to help provide that expertise. But I think what you're saying is you would not like to have that expertise provided by the incumbent consultant. And I think the direction to staff is for them to continue the process, seek the expertise if they need it, and if they need it, they can do a purchase order, would not have to come back to the board. Is that what you're hearing?
I think that is the direction, yes.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Director Nielsen. Madam Clerk, 837, please.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 37 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the conversion of purchase contract CN 23588 to a board agreement with RRM Design Group Santa Claus Lane Streetscape Improvement Project, County Project Number 720783. And we have one request to speak, Dennis Bosnich here in Santa Barbara.
Go, Mr. Bozanich.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. At the end of this, we're going to recommend the approval of this contract, but we wanted to take this opportunity to mention some of our concerns about the process, about how the streetscape project has been developed thus far. I'm representing the owners of 3823 Santa Claus Lane, Pat and Mary Radis. So far, the design consultation process has been flawed and I think a bit biased as conducted currently by Public Works. And I think one of the outcomes of that has been a kind of a misallocation of a number of, especially the ADA accessible spaces, away from the core of the development nearer to the west end of the commercial zone. And they've moved a number of the additional spaces that are required as a result of the additional parking that's going to be there. They've moved those away from the beach access point and away from the core of the commercial development to the very far east end of Santa Claus Lane. We think there ought to be a stronger correlation between the intensivity of the development closer on the west end of the commercial development. As we've tried to make those suggestions with Public Works staff, unfortunately, they haven't had any opportunity to resolve that. And so we'd ask, in particular, that your board consider receiving a briefing on the Santa Claus Lane project as a way to better understand that, provide alternative options for public input into that design. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, do you have any insights on this?
Well, there has been an extensive public process on this, and I would invite Mr. Snedden up to articulate that. And you know, honestly, a couple days ago is the first I've heard of this objection. That is not to say that we shouldn't be open to suggestions and look at the suggestions that are there, however, and maybe Mr. Snedden wants to say something.
Good morning, board members. Chris Snedden, Public Works Transportation. This project has been in the works for, I would say, at least 10 years with, I can't even count the number of meetings that we've had on this project with multiple stakeholders. It's a challenging project, and it's a huge transformational project for the area. It will result in a net gain of 85 parking spaces in the area, 45 of those in the commercial zone, 20 in the beach area parking. And this is all public parking spaces, so we follow the PRO-WAG guidelines, public right-of-way accessibility guidelines for creating ADA parking, and that's what we use to dictate how many spaces to put in, and then it's a matter of fitting them in. ADA parking spaces take about 1.5 space for each parking space for the ramp accessibility, so we try and tuck them in to maximize the amount of parking, minimize the impacts, and maximize accessibility for where the ADA parking is for people to get where they need to go.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just got a quick question. It's a discretionary process that you have within the purview of Public Works when you guys take a look at these things. I know this is a streetscape plan. We had the old Orchid parking plan as well, but we constantly kind of reevaluate these and see, they're kind of a living document. We can study things and engineer things, but then we actually see how it practically works out or what other opportunities that might exist to maximize parking. So this is going to probably evolve, and we're going to see changes. And is there an ability in the future to move spots or to maybe take advantage of opportunities to move ADA parking where it might be more appropriate if you see the need somewhere else along that corridor develop, and there's underutilized spots because they're too far away from the core? Is that something that Public Works has the discretion to change, or is that something that would have to go through a whole big public process to do something like that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Yes, with Public Works, it's within their purview to monitor and assess situations and make adjustments as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a suggestion, what would be, I think, good is to maybe walk the owners through the process with my office and Public Works, and if they have suggestions, we can look at those suggestions. But I do want to say that Public Works has extensive meetings with the merchants, with other stakeholders, and there has been an extensive public process that has been going since I was elected. This, one of the things that on the January where I was elected 6 years ago, or sworn in, one of the things they're like, hey, there's this new thing that's going to happen, the Santa Claus Lane Streetscape project. So, I mean, this is not new stuff, but it is. We should act with humility and say, hey, this isn't new stuff, but we shouldn't be calcified if somebody has a good idea.
Okay, so we won't have a special vote on this, but your office and Public Works and Mr. Bosanich's client will go out and walk the area and think about it. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read A38 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 38 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendation regarding Second Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding for US 101 Corridor Coastal Access Projects, First District. And we have one request to speak here in Santa Barbara, and that is Joe Armendariz.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Chairwoman, members of the board, congratulations, Greg. You must have a masochistic streak to want to go to Sacramento. Not here to pick on Public Works this morning, but which I'm a big fan of in general. But I do want to raise an issue that I've raised with this board before. And indeed, Supervisor Williams referred to the streetscape plan and something that you were made aware of when you first got elected. I was made aware of it when I got elected in 2004 in Carpinteria. So that is a project that's been on the drawing board for quite a while. But it's interesting, I've spent more time on Santa Claus Lane in the last year than I did for 21 years when I lived in Carpinteria. And one of the things that I've confronted, myself in no uncertain terms, is the disruption, the economic and the financial disruption as a result of the construction. I've mentioned it before. I think I might have been chairperson or vice chair of SB-CAG when we passed Measure A. I know I worked very closely with Supervisor Hart on that. And I don't recall now why we didn't contemplate the potential disruption of Santa Claus Lane as it related to the HOV project and indeed the streetscape improvement plan. But apparently we didn't. And I don't know if there are reasons, technical reasons that go beyond my comprehension as to why we didn't. All I know is that we didn't. And I know that as of today, there are business owners, property owners on Santa Claus Lane that are sustaining catastrophic negative impacts, indeed, to the extent that some of them are months and months and months behind on their obligations, and looking at several months of continuing disruption that make it very difficult, if not impossible, for them to achieve equilibrium in their budgets in terms of spending and revenue. And so I thought this would be a useful item to call attention to that again in hopes that we can begin to have people talking to each other. I don't know who those people are, frankly. I'll leave it to Greg, who knows all of these things, and Bob and Steve and Doss and the chairwoman to maybe hopefully figure that out. But I think, one of the things that motivated me in getting involved in public service was to solve problems. And so what I've seen very unequivocally clearly is a serious problem. And I encourage this board in cooperation with perhaps SB-CAG to figure out what to do about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take that under consideration. Madam Clerk, A57, please. Would you read that into the record? A56. I'm sorry, let me just, A57 is out.
Chair Hartman and members of the board.
Sorry, A57 is on the honorary resolution. We'll save that. A58, please.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 56 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of
58.
November.
Excuse me, we're going to do A50.
58, the community workforce agreement is, yeah, I made that a little confusing for you. I'm sorry.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 58 is from the County Executive Office and the Public Works Department. It is set a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the development of countywide community workforce agreement resolution and project template.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. We're just talking about the Santa Claus streetscaping, a legacy project. This is some community workforce agreement the county's been going on for at least 9 years that I can remember, and it's a pretty significant agreement, something that I feel like I've gone out of my comfort zone to be willing to support. I am frustrated that we're going to be trying to do this at a special meeting on a Friday right after Thanksgiving. I still don't even know what's in there yet, and so I don't know if it sounds like it's going to happen this Friday, whether I oppose this or not, but I just don't want to support the set hearing on this. I think that this should be done in a full hearing with plenty of notice. I think this is a long time coming. I understand why Supervisor Hart would want to be a part of this because it's been a legacy that he's been working on for a long time. So I do respect that. And so, but from my perspective, I would like this to be a larger conversation. I'm going to just make my protest no vote on this here, but I will be there on Friday if this moves forward, and will be active participant and hopefully be willing to vote on something that makes sense for the entire county. But I do think this should be done in a different type of setting.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I strongly disagree, and for, 3 basic reasons. One is they got it done, right? I mean, we could have perhaps put a placeholder language in the board letter and tried to jam it in today. That would have been rightly criticized more, right? So this is giving more notice and more transparency than that. So I think, first of all, it was better than the alternative. Second of all, respect and deference to a colleague that's leaving, I think that's actually an okay thing to have as part of public discourse, particularly the amount of time that he's worked on it over the years. And then, thirdly, there's a practicality of, if you don't do it then, when do you have, 5 that are qualified to vote, do it, vote on it. So I think there's a combination of all those going on, and I applaud staff and for concluding this process. It was not an easy process. Joan and I were on the committee, so we got to watch the sausage being made, one piece of meat and gristle at a time. It was, I think, really laudable that our Public Works Director managed to find enough time with all the other duties under their bailiwick to conclude this process.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I think it's just as simple as deadlines make deals, and here we are. And so
Supervisor
do it
Nelson?
on Friday.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't have the same benefit as watching that process, so I don't even know what we have in front of us at this point. So that's why it's really difficult for me to make a decision that I want to be ready this Friday. I don't know what kind of outreach I need to do. We've got a lot of things on all of our schedules throughout these weeks, and to jump forward with this item on Friday is a burden, and things will have to be moved around to accommodate that. That is the job, and so I'm willing to accept it. But I would prefer that we do this at a full hearing.
Would you like a separate vote on this
Yeah,
item?
I would like
then?
a separate vote on this item.
Okay, so may I have a motion for staff recommendation for the set hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And Supervisor Lavanino?
I'm voting.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Aye.
Supervisor Williams,
Aye.
Supervisor Hart,
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so now I would like a motion on the balance of the agenda.
So moved?
Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The administrative agenda is approved. Madam Clerk, would you read item number 56 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item 56 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of November 2022 as National Family Caregivers Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Yesenia. If you will please make your way to the podium, I will read the resolution into the record.
I do not see Yesenia Disk.
Should we move on?
Might I suggest, Madam Chair, to trail the item and see if someone from UDW is about?
Okay.
Hello. We are here in the office in Santa Maria from UDW. I don't know if you can see us all in our green shirts.
We can now, yes. Thank you. We can hear you and we can see you. Please
I'll read it.
go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Whereas each day in homes throughout our nation, Americans with chronic or terminal illness, functional impairment, or disabilities receive compassionate care and support from family members and loved ones. And whereas during National Family Caregivers Month, we recognize more than 90 million Americans today are family caregivers for their loved ones. And whereas caregivers play an essential role in ensuring the health and well-being of those most in need, managing medications, doctor's appointments, and balancing work and home. And whereas family caregivers provide a vital lifeline of connection and hope to loved ones during challenging and uncertain days, devoting unmeasurable time, energy, resources. And whereas throughout this month, let us remember these individuals who spend their days caring for others while balancing the responsibilities of their own lives, including employment and raising children. And whereas caregiving is overwhelming, and with the responsibility of family caregivers in our country growing every year, it is important to encourage family caregivers and to provide unending support as they carry on this important work. And whereas women, people of color, and immigrants shoulder a disproportionate share of the obligation, sometimes forced to leave good jobs to instead provide care. And their work is a profound service to their families and to our nation, but they will still too often unseen, undervalued, and unpaid. Whereas the 2022 theme is Caregiving Happens, to acknowledge the reality that the family caregiving is not always convenient or expected. Now therefore be it and is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors hereby proclaim November 2022 as National Family Caregivers Month in Santa Barbara County, and encourages residents to bring awareness of caregiving issues, educate communities, and increase support for caregivers. Passed and adopted today.
All right. Supervisor Williams.
Well, first of all, I just want to speak with the heart that I enormously respect the work that these folks do. They do it with, frankly, not enough compensation from the perspective of how important this job is for a society. But then I'll nerd out with my brain a little bit here. Demographers tell us that in between 15 and 20 years from now, the age strata in California will look like what Japan looks like today. That is a large number of older individuals and a much smaller number of younger individuals. And it's going to cause a lot of things to have to change. And one of those is we are going to have to give much more support to these types of professions to ensure their sustainability of being able to find enough workers in these sectors, to take care of us all. really appreciate their participation. I didn't want to go over to the podium to present a resolution by myself, but I appreciate that there are green shirts in Santa Maria, and it was just the technical breakdown of our system in Santa Maria that caused us to be in two different places at once. So you'll have to take my handing over in spirit this time, but I'll be pleased to hand you the resolution in person.
And Yesenia?
Yesenia could not be with us today.
Okay.
My name is Robert Gibson, and I am one of our local union representatives at UDW, which is the United Domestic Workers of America. We are the union of in-home supportive services caregivers. And approximately 75% of the folks who do the work through in-home supportive services programs are taking care of loved ones or family members. Our group here today is a clear representative of that. Currently, of the four of us that are here that are caregivers, only one of us is doing it in the community for people who are outside of our family. And as Chair, Board Member Williams mentioned, this need is only going to continue to grow. And we hope that our organization and other IHSS workers are going to be a part of a robust solution and infrastructure for providing that care in the future. We brought something as well to share with the board, and it is a copy of an act that was passed in 2018, which is the Raise Family Caregiving Advisory Council Act. And what that RAISE stands for is recognize, assist, include, support, and engage family caregivers. And one of the first products of that act is a report called the National Strategy to Support Family Caregivers. It has over 350 recommendations after a 3-year study involving over 60 government agencies and other stakeholders in the caregiving community. Of those 350 recommendations, those are at a federal level, but another 150 recommendations are at a local level. So we brought you each copies of this, along with a little thank you card on behalf of the IHSS workers here in our county. And we actually feel like you have been good partners with UDW, and you are actually embodying what RAISE stands for, which is to recognize us, to assist us, include us, engage, support us, and engage us as we all work together to take care of folks in our community. So thank you very much for the recognition today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're turning to item A57, and I have the privilege of reading that into the record. It's a resolution honoring Greg Hart for his 4 years of public service as 2nd District County Supervisor. Whereas Supervisor Greg Hart has served the people of the 2nd District and the residents of Santa Barbara County with distinction since 2019 January, and whereas in 4 years, Supervisor Hart has moved the county forward in a number of areas, including by responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, reducing homelessness, improving public safety, supporting small businesses, protecting our environment, and advancing equity. And whereas, as the 2020 chair of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Hart played an integral role in leading the county's response to the COVID-19 pandemic by serving as one of the county's main spokespeople and supporting our public health professionals. And whereas Supervisor Hart's tenure has been defined by his calm, steady, and collaborative leadership style, along with his commitment to inspiring public confidence in local government. And whereas Supervisor Hart has been known around the county administration building for his good taste in music, love for the Lakers and Dodgers, beaming smile, and support for the county family. And whereas Supervisor Hart will continue to represent the residents of Santa Barbara County as the state assembly member for the 37th District, bringing his career full circle as a former legislative staff member. And whereas the Board of Supervisors thanks Supervisor Hart for his dedicated service and wishes him well as he represents our community in Sacramento. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and commends Greg Hart for his 4 years of distinguished and dedicated service to Santa Barbara County and its citizens, and wishes him much success in his new role as California State Assembly Member for the 37th Assembly District. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, State of California, this 29th day of November 2022, by a unanimous vote of all members present. We need to get some pictures here. Where would you like us?
For the record, this is the first time we've ever done a group picture. There's 5 of us. Yeah, because of COVID. It's all been faked. It's all been on the website for a day. You're in the middle. Absolutely.
Help us with the posing.
Smile, please.
Is it a painting or a picture?
Look at mine. And we're 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, well done. There we go.
There we go. One more. 1, 2, and 3.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. That's all right.
And Madam Clerk, we have a public speaker. Okay.
Oh, with all the staff. Okay, cool. There we go. Are we?
Good deal. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, it's no longer.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak. We will start with Zoom with Dr. Van Del Reynoso.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Supervisor Hart, I wanted to take a few minutes to appreciate you for your service and dedication to our county. I'm so thankful that I had the opportunity to work with you closely when I was the public health director, especially during the first year of COVID-19 response efforts. You were an awesome partner during our press conferences. I've learned so much from you during the past 4 years. You are the embodiment of diplomacy and kindness. Your decision-making skills have inspired me because you are intentionally inclusive and you take the time and consider all the different perspectives. your support and encouragement to the public health team and me during the good times as well as the challenging times were greatly appreciated by all. It's been a wonderful pleasure working with you and for you. Now, on behalf of SenCal Health Plan, Supervisor Hart, I wish you well in your next endeavor and look forward to connecting with you as our health equity advocate in the Assembly. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara for our last speaker, Dr. Lee Heller.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I won't take up much time because I think the resolution and Dr. Del Reynoso's comments said it all, but I want to express my personal appreciation to Supervisor Hart and as a community member who lived through the same pandemic we all did and watched Greg just lead us with calm and clarity and a kind of thoughtful presence that really grounded this county. And I'm deeply grateful for that, and I'm going to miss you as my supervisor. I'm glad to get you as my assembly member instead, and congratulations on catching the car.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are any board members, you'll have to wait, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Lavanino, your light's on?
Sure. Well, the crazy thing is everybody says the same thing about Greg, and it's this calm, measured style of leadership, and it's really true. I mean, even when we get behind the scenes, because a lot of times I've got along with people up here, and then we get behind the scenes, and we kind of hash it out a little bit. Greg has always been the measured voice for us, and certain people find themselves in history in certain times, and we were just lucky that, not to say that none of us should have been the chair. We were lucky. We were lucky that Greg was the chair during COVID, and his style just was perfect for the time. So I was going to say, some of Greg's harshest critics, and I started thinking about it. Greg doesn't have any harsh critics. That's got to be something good. I wish I knew what that was like, but I don't. But yeah, come back on Friday, exactly. But even in that, like a situation like that is very controversial, you took it through the entire process, kept having more input, more staff input, more input, trying to get to a place where everybody can agree on something. And whether or not we get there, you're always have that open mindset, very inclusive. I just hope that you're able to go to Sacramento and have your style rub off on Sacramento as much as it's rubbed off on us. So we appreciate it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. A lot of people ask me, how is it to serve on the board and to work with the four of you? And, what I tell people is that we all come from different backgrounds. We all grew up in different places. We represent different districts. But when we get up here on the dais, we're teammates. And, Greg, you really have been a captain of the team here for the last few years, especially in my service. You've been an inspiration to me, even though we don't see eye to eye on every issue. The way that you've always brought me in and made sure my opinion mattered in the discussion and the final decision that we made. And now, even though at the very end we couldn't vote, sometimes the same way, sometimes my vote has been brought over to this board because of your kindness and your approach to me, and I really respect you incredibly. And I'm really honored that you will be not only my assemblyman, but since he's going to be representing basically Santa Barbara County. San Francisco has a mayor of a county. Well, now Santa Barbara County has a mayor of our county, and that's going to be Greg Hart. And so I know Greg already is thinking about not only expanding his representation to just, South Santa Barbara. He's already been reaching out and saying, who do I need to work with in North County, with the agricultural communities that may not feel represented by reputation. And he's already doing those things behind the scenes. So a lot of people don't know that about Greg. He's a really serious statesman and representative, and I'm going to be proud to have you up there in Sacramento being my member. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, the theme I want to talk about that has most impressed me about you, Greg, is political courage. A lot of people, define statesmanship or statespersonship as the ability to be looking in a longer view, right? And that isn't, when you're voting and advocating for what people need in the long run, it's not always what the majority of most vocal people are asking for, right? And I've seen you time and time again have the political courage to be looking at what people need in the long run in your district, in the county, and not being sort of changing with the wind on where the majority of people that show up on a given day are. And I think that's really important for governance, really important for taking care of the tough decisions that it takes to keep this community on track. So thank you for that.
And I just want to add that you've bestowed dignity and a touch of class on our board proceedings, and you and your terrific staff have been really wonderful to work with. I feel that you've not only been a fine colleague on the board, but a much valued friend. We take shared pleasure in the out of doors, regular walking, now horses, and Iceland. It was a demanding campaign, but you took the high road, and we're really proud. You've done us proud on the Board of Supervisors, and you're going to do us even prouder in the state legislature. Return often, and my husband says, don't forget your tennis racket.
Well, thank you all for those so generous comments. I'm truly humbled and almost at a loss for words, but I'll figure out a way. I've been working in public service for a long time, for 40 years, and I've learned a lot in that time, but I can honestly say that the past 4 years, I have learned the most important lessons of my life, and they will stick with me whatever I do in the future. And the experience of being a colleague here with you and with Mona and the team and all of the county employees in this time has been extraordinary. And I'm just so grateful for all the kindness and the generosity and the courage that everybody here brings to work every day. And we've accomplished a lot. There's so much more to do. The challenges are enormous. But I have nothing but confidence that working together, everything that we want to achieve for the people of our community is possible, because extraordinary things have happened in our lives and in this place. And we're just doing our part, showing up for work every day and being inspired by each other. And it's really been an honor and a privilege to have this opportunity. I'm so grateful for the team of people that I work with every day. Chris Henson, my chief of staff, Ethan Bertrand, Ashley Cruzel, and now Danielle Aguirre. Just wonderful people to work with. Made it fun to come to work under the most stressful times. I can tell you that as calm as I may appear here, I am not so calm in that office. And they always help me get the calm place that I think is the right place to be as an elected official. And funny story, the first day after the election, I was asked to come up to Sacramento for a vote on a big speakership fight, a lot of drama in the room, and it was very revealing. I think I've learned more in 6 hours about my colleagues than I probably will learn in 6 months, but being calm is the right way to proceed. And when the bullets are flying around, if you can just hang in there, you might survive. So, again, thank you all for everything you've done for me. And it's been 4 years, been too short. Thought it was going to be longer, but circumstances have changed and the opportunity presented itself. And as Lee so well said, wherever she is, I did catch the car, which means I'm a dog chasing after a car. And what happens when the dog catches the car? Well, you got to figure that out. So I'm going to figure that out now. And just look forward to working with you in a different capacity. I'm not going away. I'm just moving into a different job and being a supportive teammate with the county family. So thank you all.
We consider you part of the team always. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public members who would like to speak on matters not on today's agenda?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak for general public comment.
All right, then, would you read departmental item number 1 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, department item number 1 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a notice of funding availability for Farm Worker Resource Center grant.
Director Nielsen.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. Could I get the... Oh, there, thank you. On September 22nd, 2021, Governor Newsom signed AB 941 into law, creating the Farm Worker Resource Center Grant Program. A state work group comprised of 9 members met to develop the goals and evaluation criteria for grant applications and grantees. On November 15th, 2022, 2 weeks ago today, the Department of Community Services and Development released a notice of funding availability that stated, while each program can offer an array of services based upon the needs identified in their initial assessment, the ideal applicant must demonstrate the ability to provide information about and access to those 6 items listed on your screen, including labor and employment rights, education access, employment assistance, and health and human services. The details of each of those categories are spelled out on pages 9 through 11 of your NOFA, which you have in your packet. The NOFA states that 2 awards of $833,000 each will be made to counties in 2 regions, with a 3rd award going to the next highest scorer in either region. Santa Barbara County is in Region 2 with 9 other counties. Of those counties, Ventura has an existing Farm Worker Resource Center program. Monterey County has been preparing to apply for this grant since at least February of this year, when they went to their board to get permission to apply and commitment related to the matching funds that are required. And Imperial County has an existing Farm Worker Services Coalition. The notice of intent to apply for this grant is due on December 14th, and the application is due on December 21st. If awarded, the contract term is February 15th, 2023 through May 15th, 2024. The Farm Worker Resource Center grant requires the engagement of trusted community partners, and in-person as well as referral services must be made available in English, Spanish, and an indigenous language. Now, I'd like to take a pause and point out these slides were created by my staff in public health after they had the NOFA in their hand for about 4 hours. And since that time, about 10 days ago, they've learned more. And so the correction I would like to make is that the understanding of staff has evolved since that time regarding the oversight of operations. And so it's now staff's understanding that the department can maintain control of the operations and be the primary provider of services should we choose to do so. The fiscal considerations that are important for you to be aware of are that the grant requires a 25% local match. The 15% maximum allowed for administrative and indirect costs has been determined by the public health fiscal staff to likely not be enough to fully cover indirect costs. So some amount of additional local funds would likely be needed to cover those administrative costs. The grant is expenditure driven, so local funds would be required for all expenditures until reimbursement from the grant can be obtained. And the state has made no obligation to extend this funding, so operation of the program beyond May of 2024 would likely require local funds or appropriate federal funds. If your board supports, the grant application requires proof of your board's support of the application and your commitment to the local matching funds. So if your board supports the department's application for this grant, we ask your approval of recommended actions A through D of the board letter. And I'm happy to take questions.
All right, do any board members have questions? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Nielsen, are we looking at brick and mortar. I noticed in the NOFA it was talking about you had the ability to do brick and mortar, or you could do mobile.
Supervisor Levanino through the chair, my concept would be mobile. I sent 3 staff from Public Health Department down to Ventura County yesterday to have a site visit related to their operations. They started their farm worker program in 2017 as a pilot. It's evolved over time, and how they have it structured and how they operate has evolved over that period of time. But their program involves sending staff out to various sites that they've made arrangements ahead of time with growers, with other community partners, to where farm workers would be able to be present at a predetermined time for predetermined array of services or engagement and referrals and things like that. The Monterey County program, the very little I've been able to read about them through their board letters from earlier in the year, they're looking at creating a brick and mortar at one site, but I don't think that that would be appropriate for our county in terms of being able to serve our farm workers throughout the county.
Okay, good. I like the idea of mobile. So did I hear you correctly at the beginning saying that you thought that this would be something we would be doing internally? Is that what you said at the beginning?
Well, yes, Supervisor Lavanino, as we've evolved in our understanding of the grant requirements, what's required and what's possible, and looking at what's available that other counties are doing, it does appear that it would be best for this initial 14-month period of time to have the department play the leader role. We would have community collaboration and partnerships, not necessarily with finances involved, right? But partnerships for referrals back and forth in both directions. But that would be my vision at this point, but I'm certainly interested in hearing the board's perspective. We started work, I gave this to staff to start working on Friday, a week ago last Friday. There was 3 days last week that they were able to start assessing this. They made their site visit yesterday. They have 21 days left to come up with a formal grant application, which has to describe all the partnerships and the specifics of the program. So we certainly have time, and that's part of why I wanted to get to your board today rather than next week, was to have the opportunity, if you had any strong perspectives about what it should look like, that we could take those into account.
So I guess this, almost direct this to Assemblyman Hart over there, is, so just from what I'm reading, it sounds like the state has had a complete turnaround of their financial outlook, reading a $25 billion deficit at this point. So this would be, they would be providing us a grant for the first year, or first 14 months, or whatever. And then at that point on, it's the county's football.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so, okay. I'd wait to hear from perspective of everybody else. I think this is a great idea. I think it's something we should have done a long time ago. But I've got a different idea that I would like to see, instead of partnering with the state, because I think if we partner with the state, well, I'll go ahead and just give it to you. I think if we partner with the state, well, let's just go with questions first, and then I'll come back and.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Mr. Nielsen, just real quick about the board letter. There was a paragraph in there that talked about in anticipation that a working group of staff from PhD, other county departments such as Department of Social Services and Behavioral Wellness, and community partners such as CAUSE would be working on this. And so there were some discussions that this was going to be a grant that we're going to get and hand over to CAUSE to go run a farm workers resource center. That's not necessarily how that would work, right?
No, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that was stated as an example. And again, this board letter, the NOFA was received on Tuesday. This board letter was finalized and submitted on Friday. So we did our very best to try to encapsulate the totality of options. Certainly, community-based organizations that have existing relationships with farm workers would be expected to be in the array of connections that we would be showing that we had for referrals and collaborative efforts. But especially after the staff's visit to Ventura yesterday, I'm pretty convinced, and my desire would be to move this forward as the department being the responsible entity and then establishing these collaborative relationships with many partners in the community that currently serve and deal with farm workers.
Great. Well, I just wanted to alleviate some of the fears or concerns that might be out there in the community that this was all about, taking money and then funneling off to another community-based organization, that this is going to be much more collaborative and engaged with the entire county. So I wanted to make sure we got that kind of off the table, especially as we probably have some public comment that may be speaking to that today. The next question I had was, do you think as we build this application, because we're going to build a program here in 21 days, and that's pretty challenging. Ventura, they did this over multiple years. Monterey County has started in February. They're already 9 months into knowing what their program looks like. To me, it makes sense that we start with understanding what's already in place. Do you feel like, as you guys work through this application, that you have a good handle on what resources already exist county-wide to serve our farm workers?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So I assigned 2 managers on a full-time basis, 2 very competent managers in the public health department on a full-time basis on the 15th of November or the 17th of November to work on this until the grant's ready to submit. They have connections in the community. They have the competency to be able to quickly assess what's out there and who to engage with. I'm very confident that they have the capacity to submit a competent and robust application. One additional comment I would make is that what we submit, if it's awarded, is what we live with for that 14 months. And certainly during that 14 months, any experiences we have could go into molding how the program would evolve after that 14-month period of time was over, but we're not going to have the ability during that 14 months to change drastically our structure or our course of action, because we have outcome measures that we're going to be held to reporting on for that grant period.
And I think that goes to where my concern is. It's making sure we understand what we have in place and then what our greatest needs are before we come up with the program. To me, this seems like we're trying to, I support the concept. I don't know if I support this application, and I'm looking forward to hearing from my colleagues as well as public comment on it as we move forward. Our farm workers are some of our most essential workers in this county. Santa Barbara County is a very robust agricultural community. I know my district and Steve's district heavily rely on it, not just now, but for generations, and that making sure that we protect and are providing resources to our most valuable asset on a farm, which is the employees. Every farm tour we ever take, and I know my colleagues have taken them, the farm owner always says, my most important thing I have here is not the weather, it's not the crops, it's not the water, it's the people who work here. And so I'm making sure that we're respecting them and providing them the resources they need to be able to enjoy the community as much as anybody else is really important. And so I'm really want to see this move forward in concept. And like I said, as we game this out, I want to be an active participant.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm trying to get my head around, so the state would be giving us like 800 grand, and then we would be putting in a couple $100,000. Do we have any idea looking forward, because that 800,000 is going to go away. So going forward, do we have any idea what that will cost us? I mean, it's hard to put a price tag on it because we don't know what the program is yet, right?
That's correct, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. And I would also say we don't know what that 14 months would lead to in terms of the visioning of a better program, a more, what was more appropriate for the county based upon our experience during that 14 months. So, right. Staff's perspective is that, moving forward, a total of slightly over $1 million would be needed to keep things moving, but that's just based upon a lot of unknowns.
So I hate to put you on the spot, but it's a question I have to ask is, would you feel that we'd better be prepared? I mean, it seems this is very hasty trying to put this together, and you're saying we could do it, but we're outside of the budget cycle right now also. Would you be more comfortable with us taking the next 6 months instead of the next 6 days trying to figure out what this is, but taking the next 6 months and building a program that either mirrors Monterey or Ventura, or going to all of our stakeholders, getting input, and then coming up with a program that then we could look at during the budget time and say, this is what we should, how we should right size it. This is how it fits into all the other things we want to do. Would you feel like we'd have a better program that way? Or I guess that's direction that we're going to give, but.
Supervisor Levin, you know, I appreciate you not putting me on the spot. But my answer to that question is that, you know, this, I mean, it's always good to get money to help you do what you want to do anyway. And so this grant is an opportunity to try to get money, keeping in mind that only a total of 3 counties out of 22 are going to be awarded. It's an opportunity to try to get money to go for the effort. The downside is that we're going to have the best program that we can pull together in the next 3 weeks that we then have to run for 14 months, as opposed to the, you know, the option that you suggest of taking time to pull together all of the stakeholders and develop a program like Ventura County did. They went through a process of stakeholder input over time, developed something, and then the board funded a pilot, and then it grew from there. Okay. So we would certainly have a more Santa Barbara County responsive and in touch, in tune sort of program going that route versus what we're going to be able to craft in 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I've got a lot of comments, but I'll wait and put those after.
Right. Okay. I think we have over 20 speakers, but I just wanted to say in response to your question, we do have a lot of experience in the county reaching out to farm workers. I mean, we learn. I mean, the 211 is one. That was not enough. I remember attending a forum in Santa Maria led by then Supervisor Carbajal and Wolf, where they brought all different agencies together to answer questions. And we realized that a phone call isn't enough, but neither was a panel. I think we need something more like we do for veterans that can offer tailored advice about the range of things that any particular farm worker or family would need. We learned a lot in COVID, and our outreach to farm workers through Promotoris and others, working with the growers themselves. So it's not like we don't have experience. I think we have a great deal of experience, and we have other counties to look at as well. I really like the idea of a mobile unit, and I think this grant could fund that, and then our responsibility might be to staff it over the long run. So I am eager to see us move forward on this, but I think we need to get started with public comment. Madam Clerk. And let me just say, I'll close public comment now, no more, and 2 minutes each. And if people are saying the same things, we really appreciate if you could just echo that, second it, and move on. Thank you.
We will start with Vanessa Turan on Zoom, followed by Zulema Alman.
Good morning, County Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity. Vanessa Teran, Policy Director, representing the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project. I'm here specifically to ask for your consideration and approval of the authorization of Santa Barbara County Health Department to apply for state grant funding to create a local farm worker resource center to help California farm workers gain access to services and resources. MyCOP has over 20 years serving the indigenous migrant community in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties, and was key in the creation of the Ventura County Farm Worker Resource Center, which has been set as a model for future centers across the state and the nation. The Farm Worker Resource Center program has been instrumental in improving the lives and labor conditions for campesinos as they face language barriers, high degrees of discrimination in the fields, retaliation for speaking up, unsecured health and safety work environments. And with the research center, we have seen greater justice and dignity come to our community who brings food to our tables. We think that Santa Barbara County is poised and would be the next most suitable and viable place to implement the second ever farm worker research program in the history of California. I respectfully ask for your support and approval of the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department application to Department of Community Services and Development, as they have been one of the most competent agencies and allies we have since the pandemic started. I hope we can count on your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Zulema Almond, followed by Anna Nguyen.
Chair and members of the board for the opportunity to speak. My name is Zulema Aleman, and I'm the Associate Organizing Director with COS, based here in Santa Maria. I'm calling today to urge the board to authorize the Public Health Department to apply for the Farm Worker Resource Center grant, as it will radically transform the lives and well-beings of hundreds of farm working families. I joined COS in 2019 as a community organizer, and one of the skills I had to develop immediately was how to navigate labor resources for farm workers. Even though I am not a caseworker, almost every day I get calls from farm workers who run into issues at work and need support. And throughout those years, I took as many as I could. The past 3 years, I've become an expert for the community. My business card from 2019 is still passed between farm workers today because I helped them back then. But I can only help so many people, and that number is really small because it is not my primary role. Though the state of California leads with the strong labor law, Santa Maria is isolated from these agencies. The nearest Cal OSHA office is 2.5 hours away, only open from 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. A farm worker would have to miss work to get in-person support. Most of the correspondence with state agencies are only available in English, or they have all the resources only on their website, both which are inaccessible to farm workers. And I know this, again, because I've helped farm workers personally. COS has been in conversations with the California Labor and Workforce Development agencies on how to improve these services. And through the approval of this grant application, we see an opportunity for the county to step up and do the same by providing a resource with a local address and a local phone number. I have full confidence the Public Health Department is ready to lead the county in this work. They have put effort into learning from growers and farm workers on what's needed to ensure the safety and health of agricultural workforce. Through their experience they've gained throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, they have become the base agency to host this resource center. Let's remember that when our agricultural workforce is healthy and safe, our whole community thrives and benefits. It's in the best interest of the county to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anna Nguyen, followed by Dr. Von De Reynoso.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Anna Nguyen. I am the program director for Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. Thank you for providing this opportunity to speak on the exciting prospect of a farm worker resource center in Santa Barbara County. At MyCOP, we have been working very closely with the indigenous farm worker community in Santa Maria and know firsthand what a great benefit this resource will be. Since the onset of the pandemic, we have been collaborating with the Public Health Department to reach the community and have provided life-saving information, testing, and vaccines. In our partnership with the County Public Health Department, we've successfully lowered positive cases for Latinx and Indigenous migrant communities in the county during the COVID pandemic and have created trust throughout the community. With this experience, we can continue to build on the trust we have built so far. As such, it makes perfect sense to house this resource center within the Public Health Department. Since the farm working community primarily resides in the city of Santa Maria, we also recommend having the main center here in our city. We respectfully ask that you authorize the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department to apply for state grant funding to create a local farm worker resource center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Van De Reynoso, followed by Pam Gates.
Good morning. I'll make my comments brief. I second what the previous speakers have articulated, as well as what Chair Hartman stated. We have learned a lot in the past few years with regards to building community partnerships to make this happen. So I am in support of our county's efforts to build a Farm Workers Resource Center, whether through this grant or, as Supervisor Lavignino suggested, taking some time to thoughtfully engage the community and other stakeholders in building a robust program for our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pam Gates, followed by Monse Garcia. Go ahead, Pam.
Good morning. Yes, good morning. I'm here this morning to ask the board to approve and authorize the Public Health Department to apply for this grant. Farm workers are essential workers out in the fields in all kinds of weather to put fresh food on our tables. As with any organization, we know that when our workforce is healthy and safe, our whole community thrives and benefits. Currently, the staff at our local nonprofits provide many services that are outside the scope of their positions, but these are services that are required by our agricultural farm workers. Our county's public health department is the best agency to oversee this resource center due to its experience, as others have stated. The staff offered education about COVID in multiple languages and went into the fields to do vaccinations. The public health department was also the first to see the health inequities that existed during the pandemic, and Brian made this known to the Board of Supervisors. The public health department has also formed many coalitions with local nonprofits that serve these communities and have built valuable, trusting relationships. As a retired grant writer, I recognize time is short for this application and more time would be better, but the opportunity is here and now. We need to support our growers and agricultural workforce. I ask that the board's support include a commitment letter for the required matching funds for this very needed program in our county. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Dr. Del Reynoso, are you still on the line?
I am.
I just wanted a question. You're now at SenCal, and I just wonder, you don't have to answer now, but whether SenCal would be interested in partnering with us on this.
I think that's a wonderful idea and worth exploring. So I will regroup with my team to see what resources are available to partner with the county on this effort.
Great, and perhaps through the CalAIM program. I know that I serve on that board as well as Director Nielsen, so maybe we can have some conversations about this going forward. Thank you.
Definitely.
Madam Clerk.
Next, we have Montse Garcia, followed by Daniel Segura.
Hello, my name is Monse Garcia, and I am an organizer at CAUSE. I would like to thank the County Board of Supervisors for shining light on this much-needed resource. I have personally helped dozens and dozens of farm workers navigate the complexities of accessing websites, filing for SDI, work injury claims, hazard reports, and the list goes on and on. Sometimes I'm a translator, helping farm workers understand what the documents they are handed say. Other days, I'm tech support, aiding farm workers navigate the web, trying to find the information to the resources they need. But I'm just one person doing my best to point folks in the right direction. A county farm worker resource center would really provide the farm working community with the qualified individuals that they need. There is no doubt in my mind public health will excel at the job, given they are already familiar with the farm worker community and have built that much needed trust and relationship with farm workers through their COVID resource and farm worker hotline. Thank you for recognizing the need for a physical location in Santa Barbara County and the positive impact that it will have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Segura, followed by Atticus Reyes.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Daniel. I live in Santa Maria, and I'd like to speak to you this morning as a community member to thank and encourage you on supporting item number D1. As a son of immigrant farm workers myself, this item really strikes a chord, as my mother is one of many workers that was not told her rights and forced to work in the fields well into her third trimester, carrying my brother and myself. Growing up, I'd hear from family members and community members the difficulty in securing assistance with, quite frankly, any work-related issues, the most concerning being anything medical-related. A common experience for many in our community whose parents are farm workers is that as soon as we're able to speak English, the responsibility of translating legal documents and conversations becomes commonplace for us. These are only a few examples of the reality many of our families face every day. Like Supervisor Nelson mentioned earlier, our farm workers are the most essential part of our agricultural workforce and thus deserve to be supported as such. That is why I believe the creation of a farm worker resource center in Santa Barbara County, specifically Santa Maria, is essential in that it is unacceptable that the nearest Cal OSHA offices are in the Central Valley in Los Angeles and not accessible to our families. You are all correcting a long time wrong by supporting this resource center. I also strongly believe that this center should be based out of public health, as I've seen, as I hope you all have seen, that the efforts that they've made to connect with their communities are genuine, and that includes the farm worker community in our county. Through volunteering and my own familial experience, I've witnessed firsthand the trust that our farm workers have in public health, and I'm confident that housing this resource center with them is the best step possible for our community. I know that it's a lot of work to develop this project in such a short amount of time, especially at the end of the year. But I thank you so much for your continued support to our farm workers and our families, and I urge you to move forward with this farm worker resource center. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Daniel.
Now we have Atticus Reyes, followed by Alex Maldonado.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Atticus Reyes. I'm a field representative for Assembly Member Steve Bennett, who represents the 37th Assembly District. Assembly Member Bennett unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he requested me to read the following statement on his behalf. I will begin the statement now. I'm writing in strong support of this agenda item to authorize the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department to apply for state grant funding to create a local farm worker resource center. In 2017, grassroots farm worker organizations in the agricultural industry created the first of its kind Ventura County Farm Worker Resource Center. And as a Ventura County supervisor at the time, I was honored to work with them in establishing it. This center was desperately needed due to the lack of governmental offices near farm workers and to help provide support to farm workers as they interact with state and local departments and agencies. Since opening its doors in the summer of 2019, the Ventura County Farm Worker Resource Center has assisted over 1,400 farm workers with various types of issues, including employment labor laws, housing, immigration, financial and food assistance, and many other inquiries related to support services. In 2021, as Assembly Member for the 37th Assembly District, I authored AB 941, which now provides an opportunity for other counties in California to create similar farm worker resource centers to assist their essential farm worker workforce. I strongly urge the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to support this item, as it is imperative that we support our farm workers who are an essential part of California's $50 billion agricultural industry and have kept working during this pandemic to ensure that we all can put food on our tables. Thank you.
Thank you, Atticus, and thank the Assembly member.
Next, we have Alex Maldonado, followed by Anahai Santos.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for this time and space. Today, I would really like to speak in support of funding for a much-needed resource center for the farm workers of Santa Barbara. As a UCSB PhD student of health and migration, as an employee at the UCSB Health Equity Initiatives, and as a first-generation Latina immigrant, the past 2 years I have been working alongside the Public Health Department and community organizations such as COS to try to help my community throughout the pandemic, especially those most impacted by the challenges that the pandemic has brought. As part of this work, I have witnessed firsthand the great challenges faced by an extremely important workforce and pillar of our community, which are farm workers. Throughout the pandemic, we have called our farm workers essential workers, yet we have not done enough to bridge the gaps that these workers experience when trying to access the essential services they need to be well and healthy. Given sociocultural, technological, language and communication, and bureaucratic barriers, farm workers experience many obstacles in navigating our systems of healthcare, worker and migrant rights, which means they too often cannot access the critical health and legal assistance that they need. So for these reasons, today I urge you to please help provide these workers with access to public resources in the formal, centralized, and continuous way that they deserve, and that can be potentially life-saving for the essential workers who sacrifice so much to sustain our way of life. A resource center would go a long way in avoiding unnecessary long-term healthcare costs for the county, as well as helping us create a more equitable county of Santa Barbara. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anahai Santos, followed by Jennifer Camacho.
Hello, my name is Anais Santos, a Santa Maria community member and daughter of immigrant farm workers. As we heard it today, I think it was Daniel that mentioned, right? Growing up, it always felt as the children's responsibility to help our parents fill out paperwork. Being, the first English speakers in our family, a lot of the time, even the first Spanish speakers in our family. I think we also need to talk about language access for those indigenous families that reside here in the Central Coast and are, majority immigrant and farm working as well. when it comes to creating these spaces for them, it's also including their language, right? Whether that be Mixteco, whether that be the Purepecha language or Nahuatl también. And so I'm really excited to see that the county is working with community leaders to provide resource centers. And I think Santa Maria is a perfect, city to have that place here, to have that center located, as we know that we also have neighboring counties that are really close by, like the San Luis Obispo County, right? And there's also a large majority of farm working families in Paso Robles and nearby areas. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Camacho, followed by Leo Ortega.
Good morning, Santa Barbara County Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Camacho, Lead Outreach Coordinator with the California Farm Worker Foundation. And we respectfully ask you to support the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department to apply for the state grant funding to create a local farm worker resource center. This center will provide access to programs and resources to our local farm workers and their families. At CFF, we have built trust among thousands of farm workers in Santa Maria and surrounding areas, and we know that there's a need for them to have a place to access to local resources. However, we respectfully ask you to consider other farm worker community-based organizations for the project besides the ones stated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Leo Ortega, followed by Francisca Camarillo.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Leo Ortega, Teque Youth Organizer with Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. And on behalf of the Indigenous Migrant Community in Santa Barbara County, I'm here in favor of the Farm Worker Resource Center for Santa Barbara County. Unfortunately, there is a lack of support for migrant Indigenous farm workers when it comes to navigating state agencies and labor rights. Many Indigenous families, including my own, are low income and are often exploited for their labor. There are laws and policies that protect farm workers, but the information isn't spread out due to language barriers. Having a farm worker resource center will strongly support our farm workers through basic needs, such as filling out paperwork, searching for local resources, and knowing their rights. We know that Santa Barbara County will be a perfect location for the establishment of a farm worker resource center, a resource that is critically needed. We have thousands of Mixteco speaking families in the city of Santa Maria alone, and we would be excited to work with the county to get the word out and bring farm workers to this resource. We ask for your approval of the request from Public Health and authorize the proposal to bring this invaluable resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Francisca Camarillo, followed by Aurelia Sanchez.
Aba anishindendo mesa directiva Kibiku Francisca Camarillo ya sachinyo shinya programa naval inanitekyo shin proyecto Mixteco indígena. Bashishi nataa sachinyo inifinia kibichi. Good morning, Board Supervisors. My name is Francisca Camarillo, Tequio Youth Organizer with Proyecto Mixteco Indígena, MICOP, on behalf of farm worker families. As a daughter of farm workers who devoted their life working in the strawberry fields of Santa Maria for over 25 years, I am enthusiastic to support the Farm Worker Resource Center in the Central Coast, more specifically in Santa Barbara County. As a youth organizer, I get to work with Indigenous youth in Santa Maria and surrounding areas. All of our youth have parents who are farm workers, who work in the strawberry, raspberry, and grape industries. Having the Farm Worker Resource Center will possibly impact our youth and their families. This center is very much needed in our community, and because of the farm worker demographics in Santa Maria, we recommend and know that Santa Maria would be the perfect place to permanently have this resource center. As you know, farm workers have supported us throughout the pandemic by putting their lives at risk to put food on our tables. We owe it to them to create a local farm worker resource center in our region. Please authorize the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department to apply for this historical state grant funding. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aurelia Sanchez, followed by Catherine Henry.
Good morning, Board of Supervisor. My name is Aurelia Sanchez, daughter of a family of Indigenous farm workers in Santa Maria, California. I also serve the community as a labor advocate with the Mixteco Indigenous Community Organizing Project in Santa Barbara County. Farm workers have long been faces many challenges when it comes to assessing research related to working conditions, wages, significant health issue, high cost living conditions, discrimination, retaliation, and and so on. There are about 60%, maybe more, farm workers in Santa Maria alone. So as a farm worker research center in our own Santa Barbara County is sorely needed. Farm workers need a place where they can go to seek help and receive it. Please consider applying for the fund in Santa Barbara County. Within our work with the Mixteco Indigenous Community Organizing Project, we have been able to identify a strategic partnership to ensure that our community have access to adequate research and in the language they speak, as most farm workers speak other indigenous languages such as Mixteco, Zapoteco, Triqui, and so much more. With this, Santa Maria will be an ideal location for the Farm Worker Research Center. It is home to the majority of our farm workers community in Santa Barbara County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Catherine Henry, to follow by LaWanda Lyons Pruitt.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Catherine Henry, and I am a community organizer here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund. At Planned Parenthood, we know that community health is much more than just seeing your provider when you're sick. The health and safety of our community members while at work is a vital part of public health. Many of our patients are farm workers, and we know that the health and safety of our agricultural workforce helps the entire community thrive. A resource center for the farm workers in our county would help ensure that they get the support they need in order to provide for their families and be safe and healthy at work. One of the biggest criteria for the partner in this project is the agency having experience doing outreach to farm workers, which our county's public health department has done. The department has put effort into learning from growers and farm workers on the best ways to ensure their health and safety. During the pandemic, public health made an effort to build intentional relationships with CBOs and learn how to best support the community. As other speakers have mentioned, they partnered with the community on several projects, such as the Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 Response Task Force and the Farm Worker Working Group, and many other projects. Through the expertise public health has gained, they have become the best place to host this resource center. Thank you for your time, and we urge you to authorize the Public Health Department to apply for a grant award for a County Farm Worker Resource Center.
Thank you.
Next, we have LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, to follow by Monica Navarro.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Congratulations, Supervisor Hart, on your new assignment representing us. I represent Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the NAACP. I think that everyone has articulated their support so eloquently, so I will not expound on this for a long period of time. I heard something that you said, Chair Hartman, which I think is very important, and I'm just surprised that we haven't had that we don't have a farm workers resource center, given such a large farm workers population in Santa Barbara County. And what you said is that we need something similar to what we have with our Veteran Resource Center, which I'll totally agree with. So the NAACP, we're here to say that we totally support a farm workers resource center in Santa Barbara County. We do not want the short turnaround time to discourage and or be a hindrance to moving forward with this application. We think you should move forward, regroup periodically, and see where we are in 6 months, 10 months, 12 months. Thank you so much.
Thank you, LaWanda.
Next, we have Monica Navarro, followed by Kaylee Alice.
Monica?
Monica, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. My name is Monica, and I'm a fellow community member. And listening to what everybody has said and everybody has questioned, I believe we should take the 6-month approach and also ask local growers to get involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Santa Maria for Kaylee Ellis, to be followed by our final speaker, Dr. Lee Heller.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Ellis, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We understand the application is still at the conceptual direction stage, and there are many details yet to be determined, including whether to move forward. If the board does proceed, if the board does provide direction to proceed, the trust and inclusion of the agricultural community in the process is essential to its success. In order to be successful, agricultural employers and organizations must be treated as valued and respected partners. Furthermore, we urge the county to partner with community organizations that seek win-win solutions rather than division and conflict. If the board does provide direction to proceed, we ask that these central pillars of agricultural inclusion and finding the right community-based partners are included in the board direction to staff. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Yeah, other growers need to get involved.
Now we will come back to Santa Barbara for our final speaker, Dr. Lee Heller.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, sorry, I try not to be Andy Caldwell and speak repeatedly in front of you, but today was just a special day. Normally I wouldn't speak on an item like this because I would lack the expertise, but I had the eye-opening experience of working on farm worker issues during the pandemic with public health, which was a wonderful experience, and with the Critical Needs Fund Vaccine Equity Project. And it was a shocker to realize how few organized resources there are for farm workers, that the state doesn't have anything centralized. Every county had to invent a pandemic response to support these communities. So we don't want to be in that position again. This is an opportunity to grab a fair bit of money and put it to good use. I know it feels like short term, but having written my share of grant proposals, there's already so much information in the hands of public health and these related organizations that it shouldn't be hard to pull something together. There's usually a little flexibility going down the line if you have to tweak what you're doing. And although I wore my Care for Paws t-shirt for animal purposes, Care for Paws is also a good model for this going forward. They are mobile in their focus. It's more affordable, and it lets them get into the communities and meet people where they live, where they can walk over and get what they need, or where they're working and they can get what they need. And you don't have to pay for brick and mortar if you have a mobile unit. So I hope you will support this. I think its time is really long since past. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, back to the board. Any more discussion, deliberations?
Chair
CEO
Hartman,
Miyasato.
just a procedural issue, just to remind the board. So this is a majority vote to pursue the application, and as part of that, you'd be directing me to write a commitment letter that we would commit to our share of the funds. Because this is on a reimbursement basis, I believe that we would have to expend our own funds for this and that get reimbursed by the state if we get the grant. I asked Director Nielsen, when would the program need to start? Could it be, if the board wanted to pursue this, could the funds be in our budget? Because the program has to be operational by July 15th, but he informed me that work has to be done even before that because there's an assessment that has to be done by April, I think.
I lost the date, but it was, I think, April either 1st or 15th.
I bring that to your board's attention because you will need to make an appropriation of funding out of the budget cycle.
Which means 4 votes. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, obviously it's challenging to do something fast like this, and Supervisor Lavanino is right. The state's fiscal situation is very different this year than it was last year, but everybody agrees that this these folks need help, and the question then is how best to do that. And I think it always helps to have extra resources to try to start something up, and we'll learn as we go, and we'll have to right-size the program, to fit the fiscal realities of the situation. But the approach that the department wants to take, keeping control of it, bringing in partners that are potential funding sources, maximizing the outreach and trying to have as many diverse entities that are currently providing help and services to farm workers and expanding to include others that haven't traditionally done that is obviously the right model to do, to be the most collaborative and most cost-effective and the most provide the greatest assistance to people who desperately need it. It's a tough, complicated issue. Language access issues are giant, and the best time to do something hard is, today.
Supervisor Lavanino.
So when I saw this on the agenda, I was like, we got to do something like this on Greg's last day. That's not that's not what I wanted to do, but it's here because don't blame anybody, because we're on a short time frame, and this is sometimes how we have to get our work done. Deadlines make deals, right? I heard that today, so I like that saying. First off, I just want to say that. First off, I do want to thank all the speakers. I think they made great points. We're going to need everybody's help in creating something like this. That's everybody's help. And it's just not the folks that spoke today, but everybody that's involved with the process, all the stakeholders. So here's what I'm really worried about is, I know everybody's like, well, hey, it's free $800,000, but we've all been here long enough to know that there's no free money. And what happens is we're going to create a program that's $1 million program. And when the state funding runs out in a year, we are then committed to $1 million a year plus on this program. Now, folks will say, well, we not committed to it because we could always cut it. That rarely happens. I'm not really sure I've seen that happen too often. And who wants to cut a program right after you just started it? So I really think this is a great idea. I just don't want to partner with the state on this. I think maybe a footnote of deadlines make deals is this did kick me into the gear of why don't we have this? We should have had this a long time ago. This should be part of our mix. So it did get me motivated that, yeah, we need to do something like this. This is, shame on me for not getting this done before. So we need to do this. We all agree farm workers integral piece of the fabric of our community. They do incredibly hard work, and we should be doing everything we can to show the appreciation and get them the services that they need. But what I want to see is if we're going to spend $1 million a year, we really should figure out how this fits into our overall need plan, and how does it fit into we've kind of gotten a little bit complacent because the last 4 or 5 years, we've had no service level reductions, right? We've all kind of just added things. Oh, we can do this, we can do that. But a wise person once told me, we can do anything, but we can't do everything, okay? So there are going to be hard decisions made in June about things that we're doing right now that we're not going to be able to do in the next fiscal year. Commitments that we have made to people right now. And so I'm not saying I don't want to move forward with the Farm Worker Resource Center. I do. I don't know what size I want that to be, what scope it's going to do. I love the idea of a mobile unit. I think that's awesome because we can go to Lompoc, we can go into the valley, we can go out to the vineyards, we can go out to the fields in Santa Maria and Guadalupe. But I think being independent of the state allows us much more flexibility. All we're giving up at that point is getting away from the state is $800,000. But the commitment we're making going forward is going to dwarf that. So why don't we take the next time between now and our budget time, which is 6 or 7 months from now, bring everybody to the table. It includes growers and the rest of the ag community and advocacy groups and farm workers, and find out, is a mobile unit the best thing to do? I believe it sounds like it is. What else needs to be in that mobile unit? How's that going to work? Does it go under public health, or maybe does it go into social services? Get all those questions answered, and then bring us something in June so that we can look at things that we like to do, like co-response. All these things that we've added. Are we going to have the money to be able to do all these things? And I think it would be put it into a better perspective. I also want to talk about, one of the other things that the other partners, I'm not sure anybody talked about, was Communify, though. They handled 211 for us. They answered 30,000 phone calls and text messages in the last year for the county at whole. So I'd like to bring them in. The problem is we're rushing to do something that we all agree we want to have at the end of the day. but we're all rushing to get this $800,000. And if we were going to build a building like we did with the jail, yeah, I want to get in partnership with the state where they buy 80% of the building and I pay for 20%. But as far as the program, this really feels to me that we are spending ongoing funds with one-time money. And we actually have budget principles against that. So unfortunately, I want to move forward with the project. I just want to do it independent of the state. And so I'm not going to be able to vote for the application process.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's, I think constructive objections. But I'm even more convinced than I was before after hearing, it's not rare that we have 20 speakers, but it's rare that when more than half of them are people who have direct family experience. That to me said something. I paid attention to their those that articulated their family backgrounds, and I think it underscores a need that we knew was there, we suspect was there before COVID, and then during COVID, two things really hit us and were really obvious. There was a need for a stronger engagement with farm workers, and number one, and number two, that not all the issues had to do with labor conflicts, right? That in fact, more of the issues have to do with public health issues and inequities. And so I think it really underscores the need to go forward on this application. 800,000 is a significant help in starting up a program. I did have a question. Does it all have to be spent in the first year, or what's the fine print on that?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. So the money is intended to be spent over the total of the 14 months.
Okay. Well, that's a little bit better. I think that we obviously, it would speak to the fact that we would have to have a strong discussions around the budget about what is possible and what is not. But I do want to remind folks that there is the county, though it will be affected by the state's budget downturn, we all have collectively tried to make very wise decisions about the fiscal health of this county, and I'm not sure that there's very many times where it's been as healthy from the perspective of multiple strategies being utilized to ensure that this county is on good footing. So I think it's not out of the question to be thinking about some new things in this next year's budget. We have to be careful, as Supervisor Lavanino articulated, but I'm prepared to move forward with this today.
I would like, go ahead, Supervisor Nelson.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair Hartman. Some of Steve's comments, made me think about the Reagan quote, closest thing to eternity on this earth is a government program. And, this is a very worthwhile need at Farmer Resource Center, but it doesn't mean that we aren't offering resources to farm workers. What we're looking to do is centralize it. And to centralize it, we first need to know what we really have out there. And then we need to decide where the gaps are, and we need to fill in the gaps. We also need to find out what really the needs are, not only what we're offering, but what are the needs. And I'm hearing some different surveys out there that bilingual classes is one of the top ranking needs out there that farm workers are expressing to their caseworkers. Where does that fit? Not all this necessarily fits in public health. I actually think social services is potentially the better fit for this moving forward, because they have the ability to really touch a lot of different health and human services in a way that public health may not. I know that there are a lot of people excited about how public health did during the pandemic. There are also a lot of gaps there, and there were a lot of missed opportunities and relationships that could have been built that weren't, and that are still legacy feelings in the community. So again, pushing forward to this without fully vetting it, I think is a bad idea. I know this discussion we've had on senior Meals on Wheels, right? Who's against that, right? But we haven't been able to go all in on that yet because we don't really know what we're doing yet with that. And that's taken months, maybe over a year now, to kind of look at that and try to get our arms around it and try to find a solution. This is a much bigger issue that we have here, that really getting our arms around it. I think we have some great partners out there that are doing a lot. They just need to be tied together. I think our cost might end up being way less than $1 million once we start to figure this out. We may just need a coordinator in social services or some type of accounting department to really work these relationships through this, and then leveraging all those assets to make sure that we're serving that. 211 is a great asset. There's also other helplines that are out there in the state that I've heard about that are doing hundreds of calls a week that we can plug into. The conversation that, Supervisor Chairwoman Hartman mentioned that Congressman Carbajal and former Supervisor Wolf had was 6 years ago now. Okay, that was quite some time ago. It's a different 2-in-1 than we had 6 years ago, right? We've had some huge improvements, access to language support services. We've added the internet. So we're getting there. We're making progress. This isn't a segment that's been ignored for the last 6 years. But I think I'm with Steve here. I think we need to slowly, not slowly, more methodically go about this process. I am on board for the solution here, but the devil's in the details. There are some things that might come out of this that I couldn't support. So I'm not ready just to write that blank check of my support and moving forward with this program. I want to see it fully vetted out. I want to have the conversation. I know you have very competent managers that you can send after and get after this after 3 weeks, but that's not going to be our best product, even with the great staff that you have, Daniel. And so that's where I wanted to tell you to have them work on other pressing needs in your department. I want us all to take a step back and then bring the whole entire community together, have workshops in different segments of the county, do outreach to our different partners, and making sure what we really know that we have before we move forward with this. So I'm not ready to move forward with the application today, but definitely am going to be a partner moving forward beyond.
I just have do we need 3 votes or 4 votes?
Supervisors, for today's action, you just need 3, but in reality, you will need 4 before June.
Going forward,
And so my
okay.
request is that if your board is going to do this, that you have 4 votes, because I have to sign a letter of commitment that we are going to do this.
May I? I would just like to add on to the CEO's comment. The requirement for the grant application is permission from the board to apply and commitment of the matching funds. And so in my mind, we can't submit that on the 21st without the being decided to provide those matching funds.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, just functionally, where would those funds come from? Are those general fund dollars? Where do we have the budget with the contingency? What are we looking at?
I love when departments just smile at me, meaning they don't have the funds. So there is, you just had your 4th quarter or the 2nd quarter budget review, and there is year-end funds. So we appropriate one-time year-end funds for this.
Still, the color of those funds are important to,
It would
this
be
process.
general fund, or we are still looking for federal dollars, if there's any other federal dollars available, or if SendCal comes forward with a match.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So before anybody else makes any other comments, and it doesn't seem like we have the votes to go forward, but what I would offer then is there a way in today's meeting to direct staff to develop a plan for a farm worker resource center with the mobile outlook? I mean, I want to move forward with this. I think if you look at the notice of funding, all the things that we would need to do, those are the things I still want to do. I just think we bring it back in a few months and we could figure out how it all fits in.
CEO Miyasato?
So supervisors, to respond to Supervisor Lavanino's question, you can always direct staff to bring back options for other programs, et cetera. We can do that prior to budget. I do want to make a recommendation that's following the staff, and I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Nelson saying we don't want to just chase after any state money. But this is one-time money from the state, and we could be saying that we would go forward with this application. It's a very competitive application to begin with. But the board's commitment really, what I would be saying to the board is your commitment really is $250,000 of local funding. And at this point, this is all that we would recommend on an ongoing basis, whether that's an outreach worker, a coordinator, or something in the future. But, so this, your board can obviously have discretion on what you want to do, but my suggestion is to go forward with it with the expectation that we learn from this. Maybe this helps buy the mobile van. I mean, that would help us. And that right now, our commitment really on our local funds is just that, the quarter of the program, and that is all that I think we could commit to on an ongoing basis at this time.
And if I might jump in, I very much agree with that. I don't think this is that complicated. I believe that it is competitive. If we don't get the grant, then we've done a lot of good work getting ready for a next cycle, or for what we can do internally or in partnership with CENCAL. If we do get it, again, I think the mobile van, that would be a huge lift. And I don't see this as $1 million annual program. I see, if we had the van, then I believe we could staff it. And I also think that we will learn as we go. But we have an incredible amount of knowledge already that just needs to be put together. And I think that could be done in the context of the grant process. So I'm very supportive of moving forward if there's any way that our colleagues might consider that. Supervisor Lavanito?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just reading the board letter under the fiscal analysis, and it says, per the NOFA, there's no obligation for CSD to extend the grant beyond the initial grant period. So if not extended, subsequent periods will require a minimum of $1,041,250 annually to support and maintain the Farm Worker Resource Center program once initiated. So
I think
I
that
understand I'm
was
hearing something different today, but
So that's a great point, Supervisor Lavanito. So maybe Mr. Nilsson, if after we get the grant, would we have to continue the program as it's been proposed in this at $1 million program, or could we change the program?
So Chair Hartman and Board and CEO, we can change, I mean, once the 14 months is over, we can do whatever we want. We're no longer bound by the performance measures that are going to be associated with the grant. The point that I was trying to make earlier was that if we have a successful program at the end of 14 months based upon $1 million worth of investments in people and resources and things, that it's likely that to continue that's going to cost something in that ballpark. But the more important point is during that 14 months, as we engage with the community and get a greater sense of what would be better for the community than what we came up with for the grant application, right? Because we're not going to be able to change mid-course, that at the end of that 14 months, we might have a plan to change a lot of things, right? And who knows, the costs could be less, the costs could be more. It's really hard to say what that experience, that 14 months would lead to in terms of what the program should look like moving forward from there.
And personally, I think we'd learn a lot more in that process than just convening meetings. Supervisor Hart and then Williams.
Yeah, I think the grant provides the focus of the organization to do the work to figure out how to build a sustainable program. I mean, I think, and that's a legitimate thing that every county is going to be thinking about when they apply for these grant funds. And the state isn't looking for counties to commit to things they can't sustain. I think they want to say, here's a leg up to get this going, because without this money and without this deadlines, everybody might be looking at it and just studying it, not moving forward. So to me, this is an opportunity to get everybody's concerns addressed. How we direct staff to move forward with this 14-month period. What are we asking them to do? We're asking them to create a program that's financially sustainable after this 14-month period, and maybe front load a lot of the one-time costs that would otherwise be hard for us to bear with that state funding. You know, what's the needs assessment? What's the review of the existing programs that exist today? How do we create partnerships with folks that haven't been engaged in the past and leverage private dollars, for that matter, to help in this cause? I think there's just a great opportunity here, and it'd be a shame, to miss that.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think it really would be a shame, especially considering that the fact that we start off with more than the possibility of getting the grant. Assemblymember Bennett had this county in mind when he wrote the legislation or when he participated in that, and he also obviously from the state written statement, would support that. So we start off with significant support, and I think that will help us and help our odds of actually getting it. So my suggestion would be that we vote to proceed, and obviously because we need to show a proof of life, we examine what kind of other matches might be out there in the community, and then come back with a fiscal item early in the year to see if we can back it up, or whether we'd have to withdraw our application mid-process.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I don't like the optics of this. If you have Supervisor Lavigno and myself voting against a farm worker resource center, okay, because we're not against a farm worker resource center. What my challenge here is the devil's in the details. There are landmines in this process that we don't know yet if we're touching one of them or not, right? We have relationships that are strained in the agricultural community. We have places where there's a lack of trust. And if I move forward with pushing this grant without, going out there and exploring those things, then I'm gonna step on them, and I think we're gonna be in a worse place than we were a year from now. We're gonna have a program, and we're gonna have that is dysfunctional from the beginning. And I think foundationally, we should build a program that we're proud of and that has full buy-in, because I think we can get there. I'm committed to it. I don't know I'm wrestling here trying to think what could I do and what kind of add to the motion to try to prevent that. I guess my only thing that may give me some security is that at least in this first year that those funds would be expended within a county department, because I think a lot of the mistrust that's out there is that the money might be diverted to CBOs that may be adversarial in certain relationships on both sides. And so I want to get away from that. I'm not.
Would it help to get a quick read on support for that?
Well, I'm talking out loud. So, but yeah, I guess what's the thoughts there? Because I'm trying to find a way to get to a yes here. But if it's something.
I would certainly support that. In fact, I think that having the county be the lead here is the best option. My colleagues to the right?
Articulate this fully, Supervisor?
Yeah, so Supervisor Williams, there's a concern out there because we talk about the relationships that were built during the pandemic. Okay, it's not as rosy out there as was expressed during public comment today. There was a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of issues with trust, and I'll be honest, with public health is one of those pieces there. And so, social services, I'm there. Okay, there's a huge amount of trust out there for social services. I know that public health did a great job in certain segments, but in other places they really dropped the ball. And so I know there's a lack of trust there. And then we just gave the money to an organization, and just because in the board letter like CAUSE, that would be a big headache for a lot of people up in my district that sees sometimes CAUSE as an adversarial relationship. I know they do some good work and they do some great case management, but there's also some things that they do that get onto more of a political bent. I think it's just as appropriate to have CAUSE do this as it is to have CoLab run our economic development from the county. Okay, they're an advocate, they have a place, and they have an advocacy, but I think we need to have something that really brings everybody to the table and really moves the ball forward.
So if I'm hearing you, if it were located in Department of Social Services and the county was in the driver's seat of that would be acceptable. Could they partner with public health?
Yeah, absolutely. But I definitely think social services is a trusted partner that would be important to. Of course, it's a countywide organization, but I think social services that's where I believe it is in Ventura County. Is that my understanding?
That's correct, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. If I could make a comment related to this conversation, it would be extremely difficult today for a grant application that's due 3 weeks from now to switch gears and reassign staff from the public health managers to some social service, to identify and to switch gears and to have them get up to speed and to repeat the site visit to Ventura to get ideas from there to have the grant application. So if this is the route you go, then what I would be doing is assigning somebody from social services to work with the public health managers that are already assigned in the crafting and creating of this, right? And they could craft it and create it however your board wants it in terms
Would that
of
be acceptable?
where it lives. But I would need to continue with the public health resources.
Okay. I think I can get there with that. And again, the funds need to be expended within the county organization, okay? Giving grants out to and using other CBOs on this, that may be our future in this, but I think early on, I think we need to keep control of it at the board level. And so, having it in-house is something I'm willing to support today. The details in the future, I think we can have a further discussion.
Supervisor Hart and then Williams.
Well, I think that's, whatever it takes to get this going and then to bring people together and heal the issues that are out there. I think that's a sustainable program. That's exactly what this money is intended to do, and I think that's a completely reasonable request.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes, I can agree with it. I mean, I do think that when you start something new, not everything is gonna be perfect. I really praise public health for going into new ground and understand that not everybody that maybe should have been included gets included when you go into new ground. And just for the record, I think having this process of starting a farm worker resource center without cause or MECOP is a little bit like having a discussion about wine without wineries, right? I just think it is, there is an argument for greater inclusion, but I don't think there is a solid argument for exclusion of the folks who have already been mentioned.
Supervisor Nelson, would you like to make the motion?
Yeah, so, and I'm not saying exclude, I'm saying expenditure of funds is what I'm talking about. So I think that's where the concern is, that taxpayer dollars, where are we gonna spend those dollars? And so that's more my concern than participation. Of course, I'm not trying to exclude anybody. I want everybody at the table at this, but it's really where are we gonna spend taxpayer dollars to move this forward? And there's a lot of questions out there in the community about what that looks like. If the county can house this, at least over this first year if we receive the grant, then I think that there's a lot more trust, especially in social services, if they're one of the partners that are part of that could bring people to the table. And, I think it's a long shot that we still get this grant, so I feel that, maybe it's not taking too big of a risk here, but those would be the things I would need to do to get past today, is to have it in social services and to be expended within the county, with county resources.
So it would be staff recommendation with those two provisos?
Yes.
Is that clear, Director Nielsen?
Chair Hartman, just one comment, and I believe Supervisor Nelson stated it accurately. This grant application does require the identification of community partners that have relationships with the farm workers and partnerships with them. We're going to be scored on that in terms of what sort of plan we have to engage those partners in services to the farm workers. So we can certainly submit a plan where the county department maintains the money and maintains oversight and has these collaborative partnerships. But there will be quite a long list of community partners that would be listed and letters from them of support and describing what they would be doing.
Okay, so that was a motion, right?
Yes.
A second?
I'll second.
Supervisor Levinito?
Just one last thing. I just want to be really clear so this doesn't get misconstrued. I support a farm worker resource center, a mobile unit. I don't want to partner with the state because of financial reasons. I want it to be a Santa Barbara County based, but we'll see what happens.
And
I would clarify that I suspect that we're going to put this application together, and then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And that's the other part that I hope we do is if we do not receive this grant, that we do stop and take some time and really work this through as a county before we come back to the board.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Lavino.
No.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, before we break for 10 minutes, I just wanted to acknowledge that we have some dignitaries in our hearing room today. A former supervisor staff member and mother of our current Supervisor Nelson and his grandmother are our guests today, and so I'm eager to see them. I'm also proud to claim Bob's mother as my constituent. So we're reconvening the November 29th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara Hearing Room. Turning to departmental item number 2, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, department item number 2 is from the fire department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amending chapter 15 of the Santa Barbara County Code with the adoption of the 2022 California Fire Code.
Chief Hazard.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, I'm here today to present a first reading of the California Fire Code, the changes that were made, along with our local amendments for your consideration and eventual adoption on December 6th. And with me is Chief Fred Tan, who's Deputy Fire Marshal for Santa Barbara County Fire Department, and he'll be here to answer any more technical questions that may come up. And with that, I shall begin. So a little background, the 2019 California Fire Code will be superseded by the 2022 version of the California Fire Code and becomes state law on January 1st, regardless of any action that we take here in the county. And it's on a 3-year cycle that the California Fire Code is amended by the state. And typically, the reasons for these changes are due to changes in industry practice, changes in fire engineering, changes in climatic or public safety conditions that arise, or new types of technology or industry that present themselves. A really good example of that we're currently seeing is new additions to the California Fire Code that deal with lithium battery storage systems, because as we transition to alternative energy across the state, we're seeing more of these facilities start to show up. And so the California Fire Code had to catch up to that. The California Fire Code is based on the International Fire Code, a model fire code that's available to government to adopt and then provide their own changes to based on their specific conditions. So the fire department adopts the 2022 California Fire Code with local amendments, and this is under Chapter 15 of our Santa Barbara County Code. And once adopted, this becomes the Santa Barbara County Fire Code. Some of the modifications to the 2022 California Fire Code include relocating code language for increased efficiency and relevance. This is pretty common. Every 3 years, a lot of people will go in and nitpick the document and say, hey, this would be better moved to here, or this section is redundant, let's move it to here. The document is close to 800 pages, so there's a lot of room for editing to make it a more efficient document so that it doesn't require a science degree to read it and apply it. And then additionally, there's updates from the international and California code committees. And again, this goes back to what I described previously as industry changes, as some of our fire engineering science changes over the years, and as we get changes in some of our public safety risk modeling. And I'll give you an example of that. In California, we're obviously facing increased wildfire risk as we see some of the impacts of climate change. And so this version of the fire code does incorporate some of the latest science on wildfire risk. There's also consideration of current industry practices. So, there's oftentimes, there can be a potentially lagged time involved with codes in regards to upcoming industry standards, practices, building materials, building construction methodology, and sometimes the code has to catch up to that, to what the latest, what these latest practices are. And again, that's the purpose of these code committees, is to take a look at those building materials, building construction standards, and concerns of public safety, and determine where the code goes from there. And then there's consistency with revised state and federal laws. This is a big one for California. So not only does the fire code regulate how things are developed and built within Santa Barbara County, and additionally, how we use our occupancies, in other words, our buildings within Santa Barbara County. The code takes a look at, well, we have other types of regulatory processes that in some cases may even override the fire code. And I'll give you an example of that is Title 14, the fire safe regulations, which determine things like road access standards, water standards, addressing standards in the state responsibility areas. And even now, increasingly, they're pushing that out to high fire hazard areas in local responsibility lands. This is a big deal for Santa Barbara County because of the huge amount of SRA lands that we contain. And many of your districts have large proportions of SRA lands. So many of our development standards in the fire department are really dictated by the fire safe regulations that sit on top of the fire code. One thing to note, we are not proposing a fee increase with this code adoption. I'll expand a little bit on that. We did conduct a fee study in 2019. We haven't raised our permit fees or inspection fees for quite a long time. So we engaged a consultant. We looked at our fees. The consultant made some recommendations. We developed a draft fee schedule. And then we went into the pandemic. And with the economic stress that was put on the county and onto our citizens in the county, onto business, to residents, homeowners, we felt that that was not the time to come in with fee increases. So we put that on hold. The document now, given the length of time that we were in some of our pandemic impacts, the document needs to be looked at again to make sure it's consistent with salary surveys, and we have had some increased efficiency with certain technological and software platforms we're using for inspections now that has given us a little more efficiency and potentially lowers the cost of some of our fees. So actions to date, County Council provided quite a bit of input. They do this every code cycle. Our biggest partner, I would say, in developing our new code is County Council. And I have to say, I have to give a huge amount of thanks to County Council for all the help that they gave us. I don't think we could do it without them. None of us that are sitting here or within my fire prevention staff are experts at the way things should be phrased in a legal way. And so they've really, they help us out quite a bit on the document. And Chapter 15 amendments were made available for review at the county clerk's office on our website, and they were sent to over 80 stakeholders on around November 17th, 2022. We received a little bit of feedback. This is the second code cycle where we've had very, very minor feedback compared to years past, probably because our amendments are relatively consistent with what we had 3 years ago. So not a lot of significant controversial changes. Fire has met with business and government leaders to discuss specific changes and to address concerns. A few concerns that popped up were with amendments that were made by the state. And so we did provide more explanation to some of the industry out there on why these changes were made by the state. They're going to happen anyways, regardless of action taken by this board. But that's part of the process, is explaining why the state makes changes to the code and then how we respond to that. In some cases, we have to adopt those changes. In other cases, the state leaves it to our discretion. And we look at our specific needs within the county when we look at those changes. And as of now, we haven't received any opposition from any of the stakeholder groups. And so recommended actions would be to consider the introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Santa Barbara County Code, to adopt the 2022 California Fire Code with our local amendments as the enforcement code in all areas within Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District and all other unincorporated areas of the county where the Santa Barbara County Fire Department is the authority having jurisdiction, unless otherwise specified by this ordinance. On December 6, 2022, consider the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 15 of the Santa Barbara County Code as set forth above. Consider and approve adoption of a resolution of legislative findings supporting amendments to the California Fire Code, and determine that the adoption of this ordinance is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act in compliance with Section 15061B3, no possibility of impact on the environment. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that the board has.
I don't see any lights, but I do have a couple of questions. Do you use this update to the code to resolve internal inconsistencies? So I've had two experiences in the Santa Ynez Valley. One is with Cuesta Road and whether that is considered a major thoroughfare and whether it could then accommodate speed humps. The other is whether there's notice required for fireworks to the surrounding neighbors. So are those the kinds of things that could be or should be or might be included in this?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we did look at our amendment in its entirety. We looked all through Chapter 15 for places where we could do exactly what you described. In some cases, there are other regulatory avenues. The public noticing for fireworks is a good example of that. What adoption of these amendments gives us the opportunity to do is to circle back on those issues that come up in that 3-year cycle and determine, well, if it's not going to be adopted through the ordinance, where do we go with this to find resolution? So in the case of the fireworks noticing, we believe that we will be required to work with planning and development through land use code to work in the noise ordinance. That would be the place that we would potentially be able to address public noticing for fireworks.
And then 10 years in the future, would people in the fire department know to coordinate with people in P&D? Is there any cross-reference?
Yeah, so we have a huge amount of workflow back and forth between the two departments, more so than ever. As an example, right now, planning and development is working on updates to the safety element, and fire is a active partner in that project. And then previous projects they've been involved in, the climate vulnerability assessment, we were very active partners in that. And there also is precedent for other areas of the Santa Barbara County Code where authorities delegated to fire. Another example of that is Chapter 35 regulates addressing of buildings, but it's delegated to fire to make that determination because we're familiar with the numbering schema for our various neighborhoods, which side is odd, which side is even, and what number of blocks we're looking at to make sure that it's consistent for fire response.
So at least on the fireworks piece of it, you're saying there's a better way to address it, maybe in the next code updates that we're going to hear, the next item. And is the internal inconsistency having to do with how you define a thoroughfare for speed humps? Is that?
Speed humps, there are numerous examples of speed hump requests coming to my office. We have a mechanism for approving speed humps, and it's a bit cumbersome. Essentially, it requires a variance from the fire marshal. I've granted several variances just in the last year. We're receptive to speed humps, and staff has been working with some of the issues in the valley on the roads that you described. The challenge that we see often comes from traffic calming devices that were put in privately and weren't consulted with fire, and so then we have to create changes because they're structurally not up to the standard that we require. But I am receptive to traffic calming devices across the county. I understand the concerns that the public has, and there is a public safety component to slowing down traffic. We're always trying to strike a balance between slower traffic for public safety, not compromising the ability of ambulances and fire to get on scene in a timely fashion.
So the code isn't black and white. You have discretion, and you feel that there's no changes that are
The fire
required.
code gives discretion to the agency having jurisdiction, specifically the fire marshal. There are many avenues to grant variances. The code and the committees that design the code recognize that jurisdictions have their unique characteristics and challenges. A lot of our communities have older areas that were developed, and now we're seeing infill development where we're dealing with access issues. The code requires certain access issues, and it's challenging because you have neighbors that don't want to see more traffic in their small neighborhood, but then you have a new development with code requirements. And again, the state recognizes that local jurisdictions have to have the ability to grant variances, we're always required to create what we call same practical effect. So we don't want to compromise public safety, but if we create an alternative, in many cases, this can take the place of, for example, where we have roads that don't meet minimum standards of width, we can create turnarounds, we can create turnouts, we can ask for more water storage capacity in rural areas to create an improved safety condition that will compensate for relaxing some of the standards in other areas. And sometimes these variances are unavoidable. Topography, you can't get around. So you may want to have a 20-foot minimum road to access all your communities, which is the state minimum standard for roads, but the topography of Santa Barbara County does not always allow this. And additionally, legal lots and issues with easements sometimes do not allow it either without a land taking. So it's a razor's edge that we're constantly treading,
Yeah,
but
and
this is the job
balancing
of the fire
different
department.
sets of factors. Well, thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that. I don't see any other lights. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak for this item.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. If I understand correctly, we pretty much have to adopt these, right? There's no real choice that the board has. Is that correct legally?
Correct. So on January 1st, the state will put into force the California Fire Code. If we did not adopt our amendments, then our de facto code on January 1st would be the generic California Fire Code. So we wouldn't have our local amendments involved. There's a potential where if you delay adoption of a code, you'll have a gray area where projects that come in for conditioning would actually fall under the generic California Fire Code and would have relaxed conditions for a period of time.
Well, thank you. As probably maybe the only supervisor that actually has read the entire fire code, which, by the way, the words curb and gutter are not in there. Discussion I had with a past fire chief or fire marshal about the fire code. It's complex. It's really difficult.
All 800 pages?
I did. Yeah, when I was a staffer.
Dude, you need a life.
That was when I was hourly. Anyway, it's complex, and as I was talking to the building official during a break about was that, this complexity of these different codes, I know that the goal is to protect, safety, life and safety, but it's also, there's another public policy goal, which is that, we don't want to be curbing development that might bring important housing or economic opportunity to our communities. So I really, we'll obviously move this along, but just as a supervisor taking the chance here up on the dais to say, the variances and looking at things through common sense is often a really important tool that I think that the fire and the building department have to really bridge that gap. Life doesn't happen, in the code. It happens out in 3D and in life, and there's a lot to look at, and we need to find a way to say yes to things and not be using it as a weapon. I mean, obviously, regulators, we regulate, right? I mean, you guys are in that business, and that's the reason why that you guys are regulators is because the people have entrusted us to make regulations to govern themselves, to protect the community as a whole. That we've given up certain rights that we might have to protect public safety, public welfare, and so to that extent, that's just more of a soapbox thing for me. But I'm asking you to continue what you are already doing, and be thoughtful in the processes that take place for development in our community. It's really important. Thank you.
So may I have a motion for staff recommendation A through C?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you read item number 3 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, department item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of the 2022 California Building Standard Codes and local amendments to Chapter 10 of the Santa Barbara County Code Building Regulations.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'd like to take a moment and introduce our building official, Mr. Craig Johnson, who's with us today. That sounded weird. I apologize. Mr. Johnson is here in attendance. I'll stop with that. Anyway, he came on board a couple years ago during COVID, and so I want to introduce him to the board, because many of you have not met him yet. He's with me to provide the technical aspect of it that I don't have. And so to get started, Madam Chair, members of the board, today is the introduction and first reading of the adoption of the 2022 building codes, as well as with local amendments. I will not retread what we've heard already with the fire department. I do also want to acknowledge the assistant of County Counsel's office in the preparation of these local amendments today. And I just want to highlight that all those local amendments that apply specifically to the County of Santa Barbara, we're carrying those forward. Those in regards to the topographical climate conditions, seismic, and fire hazards, those are all moving forward as they pertain to the County of Santa Barbara. And with the adoption of the 2022 building codes. I do want to turn some time over to Mr. Johnson in regards to some new local amendments that we are proposing with the adoption of this. That will take place on December 6th for the second reading. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Johnson to highlight those changes.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman, Board of Supervisors members. I could just repeat pretty much everything that the fire folks said. This is a routine adoption of the building code, same as the fire code. Every 3 years there's a new code. The state adopts it. It goes into effect the 1st of next year. And we're mostly carrying forward all of the past amendments that we have in the county here. There's no change from previous years with one minor exception. I think it's relatively minor. It's letter I on page 15 of attachment B, the underlined strike-through version of the actual ordinance. This is a section that I've adopted in a previous jurisdiction that helps to protect the county right-of-way and adjacent properties during construction, and gives us a better mechanism to prevent damage to properties and prevent damage to the right-of-way and get people back on track when they get a little out of control. And thank you very much, and I'm here to try to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the board? I'm not seeing any lights. Supervisor Williams.
I just want to make sure that when we do this, that we, understand within the discretion, and I understand that there's, a limited discretion in adoption of the state building codes, that we take all opportunities to make our process a little bit less cumbersome. I don't think we're alone in infamous agencies for a process that takes a long time. Sometimes there's a couple things that you scratch your head at, but just hope that we're using the opportunity when it comes up.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Chair Hartman, members of the board, we have no requests to speak for this item.
Okay, may I have a motion moving staff's recommendation A through C?
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you read item number 4 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, department item number 4 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission and Montecito Planning Commission's recommended ordinance amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, Montecito Land Use Development Code, and Coastal Zoning Ordinance, Article 2, as applicable, to revise the permitting and development standards for childcare facilities and implement a series of amendments that address emerging issues and correct and clarify existing language.
Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce Mr. Clement, for those that don't know him, and he's with us today. I would like to, this item today is an ordinance package. One of the main components of it is the child care facilities aspect of it, as well as some general ordinance cleanup items as well. The staff person that is presenting it is Ms. Venegas, and she is going to be doing so via Zoom. And I'd also like to acknowledge that Director Plowman is also participating via Zoom as well. I'll turn the time over to Mr. Clement now and Ms. Venegas.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Karina Venegas, and I will be presenting the proposed child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments today. Next slide, please. In September of last year, the board requested planning and development staff to prioritize and prepare zoning ordinance amendments that would include provisions and incentives for the development of child care facilities. Next slide. Accordingly, staff prepared amendments to the County Land Use Development Code and Montecito Land Use Development Code to change the family daycare home regulations to be consistent with state law that has changed since the time at which the board adopted the current child care zoning regulations. Introduce a low-level permit option for smaller daycare centers of 50 children or less with a land use permit. Relax existing development standards for daycare centers in or at public or quasi-public facilities used for assembly uses, such as schools, churches, offices, and/or community centers, and specified parking standards that would apply to daycare centers serving adults and children. Next slide. Staff also prepared similar amendments to Article 2, with the exception of requiring a coastal development permit for the coastal zone instead of a land use permit. Next slide. Senate Bill 234, that was signed into law in 2019, amended Health and Safety Code Section 1596.78 to require a large family daycare home to be treated as a residential use of property for purposes of all local ordinances. To comply with state law, staff revised the permit requirements for large family daycare homes serving children to allow them by right in all dwellings, and revise the existing family daycare home glossary definitions to clarify between homes serving adults and children. Next slide. In addition, staff revised the existing daycare center regulations and development standards to help incentivize childcare and reduce barriers for operators. These revised regulations would allow daycare centers serving up to and including 50 children on commercially zoned properties and residentially zoned properties operating accessory to assembly uses with an LUP in the inland areas and a coastal development permit in the coastal zone. Next slide. Currently, a minor CUP is required to allow a daycare center as a principal use in non-residential zones in the LUDC and Article 2, and a CUP for the MLUDC. However, with the proposed changes, smaller daycare centers serving up to and including 50 children may be allowed with an LUP or a CUP. Next slide. And lastly, daycare centers would be subject to specified parking standards with the potential to request a reduction in parking spaces with the submittal of a parking study and is subject to a minor CUP. As explained further in the proposed ordinance, the parking study would need to set forth substantial evidence to support a reduction in the required parking. So for example, the daycare center involves clients that do not have access to automobiles. Next slide. The proposed amendments also include minor amendments to the LUDC, MLUDC, and Article 2 that were the subject of the County Planning Commission's recommendation to the board. The following table identifies all of the minor amendments to the zoning ordinances for your board to consider. Next slide. As shown in the table on the last slide, the LUDC ordinance amendments include the following: to allow electrical vehicle charging stations and hydrogen fueling stations as defined in and that comply with Government Code Section 65850.07 without a zoning permit, to clarify an error in Table 13 of Section 35.24.030.a to allow home occupations within dwellings in the community mixed-use Los Alamos zone, to delete Section 35.42.180 historical parks in its entirety, and to revise the definition of automobile service station. Next slide. The following minor ordinance amendments to Article 2 were considered and recommended for adoption by the County Planning Commission. As you can see from the slide, in addition to the EV charging stations and hydrogen filling stations that were already mentioned, the Article 2 amendments include a number of minor changes to correct typos and make clarifications to existing regulations. Next slide. The following minor MLUDC amendments were considered and recommended for adoption by the Montecito Planning Commission on October 19 of this year. They are to allow EV charging stations and hydrogen fueling stations, and to correct an error regarding rear setback requirements for certain accessory structures, that is to delete a self-reference in the subsection. Next slide. The proposed ordinance amendments to the LUDC, MLUDC, and Article 2 are recommended to be determined exempt from environmental review, as they would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, 15265, and 15301P. Next slide. The recommendations for today's ordinance amendments can be found on page 1 of the November 29 board letter. Next slide. To summarize, they are to make the required findings for approval and CEQA findings found in attachment 1, determine that the proposed ordinance amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and to adopt a resolution amending the LUDC, MLUDC, and Article 2 found in attachments 3, 5, and 7. Next slide. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Clement, Mr. Wilson, and all the team in the Long Range Planning Division for doing this work on the child care revisions and getting us into a place where we can help encourage folks who are trying to get in that business and provide that really critically needed care to young children that allows folks to go to work and provides quality child care for children. This is really one of the big issues that we became more aware of during the pandemic as a limiter to ability to get jobs going back again. And this is a really important day that you've achieved this, and I really appreciate the extra work that it took to get here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I actually wanted to reiterate or reinforce what Supervisor Hart was saying. This is actually really important. This is on his last board hearing. I mean, Greg is our member of our Child Care Planning Council, and this has been a high priority for during his service on the board. So I'm really pleased to be joining with my colleagues to move these forward today.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just want to say this is a great and rapid work by the team. I really appreciate it. We definitely want also. There's obviously a big move in here on childcare, and then there's a number of smaller moves, some of which might prove key and visionary in the future, such as with electric charging, and hope that that this isn't the last time we'll see some of these efforts to figure out what we can do less of. We want the department focused on the big things that we know we need some big changes on. And I think part of being focused on the big things is to figure out how to not do as much time bogged down in the little things. So I think this is a step forward on that, and hope to see more steps forward on that
in the future.
And I wanted to talk about childcare, but first I want to talk about noise. We heard from fire that the issue of noticing people about the noise from firecrackers belongs in our planning code, and I gather it's not come to you in this one, but I wonder how I get something included next go round. What happened in the Santa Ynez Valley was that the high school applied for a fireworks permit. They were given that. People said, please, we need notice. And they said, well, it's not required in the code, so you don't have to do it. The upshot was that a horse was badly injured and a dog, frantic, escaped and was hit by a car. So notice seems to be an important part. And so I just want to know how we can get that included in cleanup for ordinances.
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time, we don't have a specific answer to that question. We're willing to sit down with fire and county counsel's office and look at that aspect of noticing for permits related to fireworks. At this time, we don't issue, planning doesn't issue permits for fireworks, so it doesn't trigger our noticing requirements. But there is options that we can look at with the fire department as far as their process and look at the planning's regulations to see if there is opportunities there.
Okay, that's great. And I would like to be involved, my office, just to make sure this really happens because we don't want that to happen again. All right, thank you. You know, the zoning changes that we're making today for childcare, I think we first got the idea from the city of Goleta that did this, and this was Council Member James Carriaco who really carried the flag forward on it. It seems like something kind of in the weeds, but it really is important. Childcare is a business that really operates at the margins, and that's because of many factors. And we only have half as many accredited childcare spaces in our county as we need for kids under 5. So this is an effort to really understand, recognize that this is an economic issue for our workforce, and I know all the parents of young children surely appreciate that. So by easing some of the economic requirements for a more extensive permit process, it makes it easier for daycare operators, and that is really significant, especially because many of them are women, and many of them are Latinas who oftentimes don't have, they're not at the highest end of the economic ladder. So this goes hand in hand with the $2 million that we allocated from ARPA funds for childcare, and I think it's really important. I did have one question, and that is childcare facility in the regulations, it's children 18 and under, and is that a definition that comes from elsewhere? Or I think of childcare as being sort of elementary school, once you're, don't need babysitters. So could you just explain that to me?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll turn that over to Ms. Venegas, and she'll provide a response to that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the definition actually is derived from the state of California. They classify or define child as 18 and under. Our definition is not being proposed, or we're not making any changes. We're just pulling existing language and making just minor clarifications for the terms or the terminology that we're using. But essentially, it is remaining the same, and the state is using child as defined as 18 and under.
Okay, so we just want to be consistent, and I guess that's fine. So do we have any public comment?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have one request to speak. We will go to Zoom for Elaine Monahan.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. As a member of the Santa Barbara County Child Care Planning Council's Facilities Committee and a child care consultant who helps start up facilities across the state, I want to commend and thank the board for carving out time in the planning department's heavy workload to draft some critical changes to the child care land use and permitting processes at the county. I'd especially like to thank Karina Venegas for her work to make this happen. She was terrific. The changes presented will help open opportunities for new centers and smooth the way for family childcare providers. This is a significant start towards building an environment that truly encourages and does not deter childcare facilities development in the unincorporated areas and creating model policies that will inspire the cities to follow suit. As an example, the committee is about to submit a letter and policy recommendations for inclusion of childcare in the updated housing elements to the community and the cities. I and the Planning Council's Facilities Committee are proud of our county supervisor's commitment to childcare and stand ready to support future efforts. We're available for any questions or information needed. And finally, I'd like to take a second to give a special thanks to Supervisor Hart for his years of advocating for childcare in our community and for helping to make this initial work happen. We look forward to seeing how that advocacy will be applied at the state level with the potential to impact hundreds of thousands of families and children needing high quality care. Thank you so much.
Thank you for commenting today.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, we're back to the board and could use a motion to approve A through C of staff recommendation.
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So now we'll go into closed session. County Council, what's in store for us?
Madam Chair, members of the board, in closed session today, you have one item of anticipated litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9. It's deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, one case.
All right, and you estimate about an hour?
That's correct. It may be shorter.
Okay, so we'll be back 1:15 to 1:30. We'll give it a window there. All righty, thank you. We're reconvening the November 29th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. We're turning to our final item, departmental item number 5. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record? Oh, sorry. Report out from closed session. It was a short closed session today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate civil litigation, one case, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, department item number 5 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding household rezone and tentative track map rezone 15RZN-00000-00004 and tentative track map 15TRM-00000-00011.
Thank you. You kept all those zeros straight. Ex parte communications, any contacts and substance members want to report? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I worked with Joe Hossel from Hossel Builders just on the kind of constituent side to deal with some of the water issues on this property and make sure that we were able to get through with so we can move forward to the rezone process. That was earlier this fall, but most recently I met on November 9th, 13th, 14th, and 16th with a neighbor, Aaron Anaya, to discuss a neighboring easement and how that was impacted by this property, and also spoke with Joe Hossel on the 16th of this month as well about that easement and that will impact or be part of my deliberations today.
Okay. Any others? So let the record show that it was only Supervisor Nelson that had ex parte communications. And so now on to staff presentation. Mr. Wilson, would you like to introduce your team?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're here to present for the board's deliberation the Hossel tentative track map and associated rezone application. And today with me I have Senior Planner Shannon Reese, who will do the presentation, as well as Deputy Director Travis Seawards. And I do want to note that Director Plowman is available online as well.
Okay.
Alrighty. So for your consideration, we have the Hossel Track Map and Rezone project. The project site is on a portion of Key Site B in the southeast part of the Orchid Community Plan area. And the property is located approximately a half mile south of East Clark Avenue and a quarter mile east of Stillwell Avenue. The surrounding parcels are all zoned residentially with larger lot residential zoning to the north and denser residential tracts to the south and west, including Rice Ranch, Mesa Verde, and Vintage Ranch. And the proposed project includes a rezone from 2E1 for a 2-acre minimum lot size to 1E1 for a 1-acre minimum lot size. And that would match the underlying land use designation on the site. There's also a proposed tentative tract map to subdivide the 5.5 acres into 5 lots. And the developer will be responsible for tract grading and initial improvements after map recordation. And as you can see on this graphic, there's a shared drainage basin proposed on the north end of the site, and access is provided via a cul-de-sac extending from Claret Lane. The Planning Commission recommended approval on this project back in 2017, but there were some required easements needed for access and utility service, and there's now an appropriate agreement in place as of April of this year for those easements. So the project will take access through and run utilities through the Vintage Ranch tract to the south, and that's currently under construction. So to provide some background on the history of the site, the OCP directs the county to consider rezoning this parcel to 1E1 with a minimum 1-acre parcel size if the access to all the new development on the parcel is provided from the south through Vintage Ranch, which is what's proposed here. The OCP also mapped some coastal scrub habitat on the site but there's since been extensive disking and grazing over the past 25 years, and that habitat no longer exists on site. That said, the project is conditioned to protect existing native oaks and specimen trees and to require a number of pre-construction surveys for nesting birds and rare plants. And since the Planning Commission recommendation back in 2017, there have been some changes that have occurred. For one, the Vintage Ranch project that was approved by the Planning Commission back then is well underway, and the offsite access and sewer lines that will also serve this project are mostly complete. I should also note here that the grading that's mentioned in the project description for this project included the full length of road from Black Oak Drive, which is already in place. So the updated grading quantities are a lot lower. They're 601 cubic yards of cut, 929 cubic yards of fill, and 620 cubic yards of over excavation and recompaction. There's also been some additional clarification from the applicant team that the developer will be completing the initial tract improvements and grading, and we know a lot more about how the sewer system needs to be constructed because of this, and to address more clearly a few of the OCP policies and requirements. A number of the project descriptions, or project conditions rather, have been updated in attachment 2 of the board letter. The proposed project was reviewed for consistency with those applicable policies from the comp plan, as well as the Orchid Community Plan, and as conditioned, the project is consistent with both. It's also consistent with the requirements of the Land Use and Development Code and Chapter 21 of the County Code, which is the subdivision regulations. As for environmental review on this project, some of the key sites received a high level of environmental review, but key site B is not one of those. So a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project, and no significant impacts were identified during that environmental review process. There were mitigation measures required to reduce some potentially significant impacts to a number of categories to a less than significant level with mitigation, and those mitigation measures were accepted by the applicant and are included in the recommended conditions of approval. There was also one comment letter from California Department of Fish and Wildlife back in 2017 on the MND, but it was addressed with further information from the project biologist. So that final document is included as attachment 3 to the board letter. So based upon the project's consistency with all the applicable regulations, policies, and development standards, and the ability to make the required findings, including CEQA findings, staff recommends that the board follow the procedures outlined in this slide and approve the project. That completes my presentation. Planning and development staff is available for questions. We also have representatives from the Water Resource Division here. And the applicant team, Mr. Halsell is available remotely, and Mr. Hayward is here available in person.
And did either Mr. Halsell or Mr. Hayward want to address the board and add anything more about the project? All right.
Supervisor
Yes.
Hartman. This is Joe Hossel. I'm one of the 8 landowners. And yeah, our intent was really just to get the 5 parcel split, and get our tract map in place. We've been waiting for about 10 years for the easement and market conditions and all that kind of stuff to line up. So that's really why we're here.
10 years. Okay. Back to the board. Any questions for staff or the applicant? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I just have a question. As I mentioned in my ex parte, there was a discussion that, and I just want to add this for context for everybody. There was discussion with the neighboring property to the north, which that property currently gets access out of. My understanding is that easement will now essentially dead end to the new drainage basin, and so it won't really be an ability for egress and ingress off that. So that would no longer be necessary with the new access coming from the south. Is that correct? at least not necessary for this project.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the existing access easement to the north is not necessary for this project.
Okay. And in fact, it would run right directly into the basin and not actually access the
That's
the
correct.
property. Okay, all right. That was my only question. I wanted to make sure I asked that, and then I can.
Okay, is there any public comment on this matter, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak for this item.
Okay, we're back for deliberation. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. Since this is in my district, I'd like to kick it off with that, this rezone and this map is something that was contemplated in our community plan 25 plus years ago. Obviously, Mr. Hossel is very patient, him and his partners, which is also his wife and brother and sister-in-law, to get through this process, and they've worked really hard on it over the years. It was at the Planning Commission in 2017. It's finally to us 5 years later. This is a project that I think is important because as we build out a different, a basket of housing options, executive housing is also very important as well. I am constantly frustrated to have friends in my community who do well. They're doctors or attorneys or farmers that have done really well, and they move into Pomo because that's where you can get an acre property. There's not a lot of this available in the Santa Maria Valley. So, 5 is at least a good start. It'd be a nice piece of our housing option. The other problem I also have is our hospital. When they get new doctors, they drive them up to Shell Beach or to Rio Grande to have a different style, a lifestyle. I want to make sure that we can retain that talent and that revenue in the Santa Maria Valley and in Santa Barbara County. So this is a big piece of that, not a big, it's a small piece of that puzzle, is to move forward with this rezone. As I looked at the kind of the findings here and, making sure that we're following good planning and we're looking at the neighborhood potential issues, there's an easement that is really unnecessary. And so I've talked to Mr. Hayward about it, and I'm gonna ask you a question here. If you would be willing to add, or it sounds like you guys would be willing to extinguish that easement as part of the project description here, is that correct?
Yes, we're willing to do that. We're planning on abandoning.
Would you actually come up to the?
Yes, we would definitely be willing to do that. We're planning on abandoning that easement before recordation.
Okay, and so to memorialize that, it sounds like you'd be okay with adding the language to the access portion of the project description because it is not required for access or utilities for the site. Prior to approval of the zoning clearance for the first structure, the applicant proposes to abandon or release an existing 30-foot wide ingress and egress easement held over the property to the north of the project site APN 103-200-064 that terminates into the proposed storm drain basin.
Yes, that verbiage is acceptable.
Okay, so when after deliberations, I would like to make a motion with that language included.
Okay, are there any other comments? Supervisor Williams?
Well, the days are few when I wish I had your problems instead of my district's problems, but this is one of those, because we've got too much executives housed in the first district, but happy to help if this alleviates some of the jobs, housing, balance questions.
It does.
Okay, seeing no more lights, I think we're ready for a motion, Supervisor Nelson.
Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion to recommended actions A through D with the additional language that I read into the record as part of the the project description under the access section there that I read into the record.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? After 10 years, you've got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to adjourn the meeting. We will have a special meeting Friday, December 2nd here in Santa Barbara, convening at 9, and then Tuesday, December 6th, again in Santa Barbara because we're not sure about whether the Santa Maria hearing room will be updated, and we wanted to give certainty about where the meeting will be, and the chair made a discretionary decision on this, even though Supervisor Nelson may not like that. All right, we're adjourned.